Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Thursday, the 19th of March, 2026, David 67 Celtic channel live stream. Nice for a few of you already to be all ready, lined up to join in. Quite a few things we can talk about this evening. Obviously, the very strong likelihood that Kasper Schmeichel's played his last game for Celtic. We've got an important away game on Sunday afternoon, live on TV against Dundee United. A chance for Celtic, potentially, if one or two results go well for Celtic elsewhere for Celtic to go top of the table, going into the international break. So good evening to Tripper67. Good evening to Green for Go 1969. Great to have you on, Pat McLaughlin. Great to have you on as well, Sligo Boy. All the regulars joining in nice and early, which is always good news. Also, some of the ones who have good, strong opinions and happy to debate the opinions as well. So always very good. Great to have you on as well, Lauren 6348. One of the ideas of having this late night live stream was the fact that everybody else who does live streams, pretty much, apart from the guy who does Come On the Hoops, does their live streams generally around about tea time, early evening. Great to have you on. Smell the glove. Rubber Duck, Gavi Boy, Sharolds, Gary 23. So lots and lots of the regulars. Great to have you all on. As I was saying right at the start, things probably might want to talk about this evening. The Kasper Schmeichel situation, what we feel about the Kasper Schmeichel situation, what we feel about the selections for the game on Sunday against Dundee United. I was just reading before I came onto the live stream that Callum McGregor is potentially fit for the game against Dundee United on Sunday. The question is, should we risk him and risk exacerbating and worsening his problem? He's had 2 games off, so he's only really had about 10 days or so to rest. The last thing I think Celtic want to do with Callum McGregor is what seemed to happen with Kasper Schmeichel, i.e. we played him with an injury and then a further injury significantly worsened the original injury. So quite right, smell the glove. We should find out, hopefully, in Martin Neal's press conference tomorrow afternoon. Very good, very good. Sligo Boy, we should give Kasper Schmeichel the cold shoulder. I don't know. My personal feeling with the Kasper Schmeichel situation is that, yes, I'm pretty sure Kasper Schmeichel would have wanted to play. However, in retrospect, if his fixation and his main goal was to play for Denmark in the World Cup, probably his best option would have been to have an operation last May-June time, miss the first few months of the season, some rehab, etc., and then he would have been available for Celtic and for Denmark for the second half of the season. Yes, Lauren 6348. I would love some answers regarding the Kasper Schmeichel situation. It does feel to me that the original injury was thought to have been a dislocation of his shoulder. Quite often, when you dislocate your shoulder, you also damage things in and around your shoulder, such as the labrum, that's the lining of your shoulder joint. You can often damage the rotator cuff muscles. There are 4 rotator cuff muscles and 4 rotator cuff tendons. Those also can get minor tweaks and pulls and stuff when you dislocate your shoulder, particularly when you dislocate your shoulder in a traumatic way, i.e. an accident or a footballing injury, etc. And you can also damage your biceps tendon, which joins in at the back of your shoulder as well. So the question is whether the original injury this time last year was just a dislocation, or whether all these other things happened, and then whether the second, or well, a subsequent injury, of which there appears to be several, but particularly the game against Stuttgart at Celtic Park, where he seems to have much more significantly damaged his shoulder, diving for the first goal, I think it was. The question is then, why didn't he come off straight away? Why wasn't he taken off at half time? He played the whole of that game. There's quite a lot of things to answer, and as someone was saying, and I've said myself, it's not as if Brendan Rodgers, Wilfred Nancy, Martin O'Neill were forced to pick him. They could have actually picked Sinisalo. They could have said, nope, Kasper Schmeichel's shoulder he's not playing as well as he should do. We're going to let him have a few weeks off. But when Nancy Nancy gave him one game off, Neil's given him a couple of games off prior to the Stuttgart game. So basically, yes, maybe Kasper Schmeichel was being brave and carrying on playing the same way that Cameron Carter-Vickers played for half a season with a knee injury. Alison Johnson played half a season with an ankle injury. Callum McGregor plays every single game with a calf and Achilles tendon problem. So it does sound like there's been a balancing act amongst the doctors, the physios, Kasper Schmeichel, the managers. But in the end, there's nobody had to pick Kasper Schmeichel. The managers, all three managers could have said, nope, Schmeichel's shoulder isn't good enough, and he's not playing. He certainly doesn't seem to have mentioned Celtic in any of his interviews. I think the two interviews he's done have both been with his dad right by his side on the channel that his dad's a pundit for. So maybe when he comes back to Celtic, maybe there's going to be a press conference at some point with Kasper Schmeichel, and he's as part of the Celtic thing. Maybe he's going to be alongside Martin O'Neill or Sean Maloney or something like that at a press conference. I don't think it's been terribly well handled. I don't think we should blame Kasper Schmeichel in the entirety, in that there's physios involved, there's orthopedic surgeons involved, there's the Danish manager, and there are 3 Celtic managers all involved. The answer, Lauren, if you dislocate your shoulder, you can put your shoulder back in. Sometimes, if it's dislocated several times before, you can put it back in yourself. Sometimes you need a physiotherapist or a doctor or specially trained nurse to do it. But having had a dislocated shoulder, you can actually put it back into joint relatively easy. It's pretty sore to have a dislocated shoulder put back into joint. But there are many sportsmen who play with a shoulder that keeps on dislocating. A lot of rugby players, etc. American footballers have recurring dislocating shoulders, and you put them back into joint, etc. Yes, you're quite right. I think the blame can be shared amongst everybody: the player, the medics, the goalkeeping coach, the manager. The question is, how much reliance did O'Neill, Nancy, and Rodgers put on Stevie Woods, the goalkeeping coach? How much did they put reliance on Kasper Schmeichel? How much did they rely on the physiotherapists and the orthopedic surgeons? I think a lot of football players, as I was saying with Carter-Vickers, Johnston, McGregor, they all soldiered on and played for. Carter-Vickers and Johnson both played on for half a season with injections, physiotherapy, painkillers, having their ankles and knees and stuff strapped up, not training as much, and then playing again on the Saturday or the Wednesday. And then at the end of both seasons, so Carter Vickers, the end of last season, had a knee surgery during the summer. Alistair Johnson had an ankle surgery the previous summer. So it's not unusual for a player to try and soldier on, etc. And if we look in retrospect, probably the best thing for Celtic and for Kasper Schmeichel and for Denmark would have been for him to have had his surgery that he's going to have now back in last May, June. And then he would have missed the first half of the season, but been available for Celtic and for Denmark in the second half of the season. And if the World Cup was his main goal to achieve, he almost certainly would have been in line to do it. You make a good point, Charlotte Scary. There was an apparent dispute between Wilfred Nancy and Stevie Woods. I think Stevie Woods is still the goalkeeping coach, but it did appear that Wilfred Nancy, had he stayed, was looking into bringing in a different goalkeeping coach. It's difficult to know quite how much is one person's role or another person's role as to the decision. It probably was a collective decision between the goalkeeping coach, the player Kasper Schmeichel, the physios and doctors, and in the end, the manager willing to take a risk. And certainly all three of the managers seem to want to play Kasper Schmeichel as the preferential first choice goalkeeper. Yes, Lawrence, you make a brilliant point. I would tend to feel this season that Callum McGregor is playing at about 75 to 80%. There's been the odd game where he's played about 90%, 100%, but I thought Stevie Woods was still the goalkeeping coach. I thought he was being possibly pushed out by. I'll just double check. As I was discussing with somebody a few days ago, my memory's not so good as it used to be. And it was Gavi Boy that was saying. My memory wasn't so good for remembering everything at 100%. Just be a wee second, just checking on the Celtic site about whether Stevie Woods is still the goalkeeping coach. Yeah, still has Stevie Woods as the goalkeeping coach. So yes, so got it right, Lawrence. So the story was that is the best of my knowledge was that Steve Woods and Wilfred Nancy had a dispute. Could well have been about the Kasper Schmeichel situation. It could have been Nancy wasn't convinced that Schmeichel's shoulder was good enough. Nancy did actually drop Sinisalo, brought in Sinisalo for the Livingston match. He did bring back Schmeichel straight away the next game. It's difficult to know. Okay. Haven't seen anything confirming that Steve Woods is leaving at the end of the season. He has been there for the best part of nearly 20 years, so it's a very, very long time to be in one particular job. As is many of the things Pat McLaughlin in and around Celtic, we don't really know, and there's certainly been quite a number of stories by players and inside sources at Celtic leaked out about Wilfred Nancy's way of behaving. Quite a few journalists don't think particularly like Wilfred Nancy as a person. the guy from Radio Clyde, who also does Sky Sports a bit, he seemed to have a particular thing against Wilfred Nancy, very, very fixated on a situation where James Forrest and Wilfred Nancy were discussing something, and Nancy was apparently from 200 metres away giving Forrest, the journalist was about 200 metres away, and he was giving Forrest instructions. And he although he was 200 metres away, he fully thinks that Nancy was giving Forrest a row or telling him what to do, etc. But that's what managers are supposed to do. He could also have been saying to other player, "This is what I want you to do." So anyway, yes, quite right. Quite right, smell the glove. I think one of the things is that because people like, I think it's Gordon Duncan, people like that, and the Hugh Keevans and the Daily Record journalists and David Tanner and the people on Talk Radio, because they've got a big forum and a big microphone and an audience, that quite often what they say does shape what other people say. I have found just recently what Chris Sutton's saying on his TV show, his podcast, his newspaper columns that someone else writes for him. A lot of what he's saying, Celtic fans are picking up on and then churning out themselves. I think Chris Sutton really likes, much like Chris Boyd, creating a lot of controversy and a lot of antagonism and so on. So he quite often, I think, just is deliberately confrontational, deliberately controversial. Same way that he, with the Kasper Schmeichel situation, appeared to be making lots and lots of assumptions about what happened or didn't happen with the Kasper Schmeichel situation. Yes. Yes. I think Greenford holds the two things I think that were positive from the Wilfred Nancy situation. Araujo was very much a Wilfred Nancy targeted, scouted player. When he came to Celtic 2 or 3 days before he actually signed for Celtic on loan. He came to Celtic because of Wilfred Nancy. He came because of the way that Nancy played football. Araujo has adapted very, very well to the Martin O'Neill system. I think one could argue that in the second half of the season, Araujo would certainly be up there as our player of the season for the second half of the season. I think the other big bonus of the Wilfred Nancy era was it seems to have made Haiyun Yang a much more all-around good player. He was obviously very instrumental in the victory at the weekend with a couple of goals. He's developed a lot better in terms of tracking back and defending and helping in midfield. Much, much better at ball winning. He still needs, obviously, much like Dyson Maida does, to improve that final ball and to improve his shooting accuracy and his goal scoring ability. But he actually is surprisingly high up in Celtic's goal scoring chart for this season, Haiyun Yang, and he certainly seemed to flourish under the Nancy system and this adapted winger role that Nancy wanted his wide players to play. Yes, I completely agree. I think I'm not. I totally agree with the second part. This part of what you're saying there, changing the way that Celtic played mid-season, changing the formation, asking the players to be about 25% fitter than they actually were, because the Nancy system does require You had to be very, very physically fit, tremendous endurance. A bit more like players had to be under the Ange Postecoglou system, because Brendan Rodgers and Martin O'Neill generally plays football much, much slower than Postecoglou did, and much, much slower than the way that Nancy wanted them to play. You need to have a lot more energy and a lot more endurance to play those systems. So I think what Celtic could have done and should have done is, if they did what Wilfred Nancy, is maybe use Martin O'Neill as a temporary caretaker through to the end of the season, backed up by Fotheringham, McManus, etc., and then brought in Nancy in June of this year, given him a whole pre-season, for transfer window, whole pre-season for changing tactics, a whole pre-season for getting the players 25% fitter. Greenford Goat, you make a great point. Particularly under Brendan Rodgers, an awful lot of Callum McGregor's passes are sideways and backwards. Rodgers was a great believer. Martin O'Neill to a lesser extent of being patient, waiting for the right opening. Managers like Postecoglou, Nancy particularly wanted the ball, quickly move forward. Lots of players presenting for the pass, lots of players making a run. The midfielders getting forward the three midfielders getting forward to support the three forward players, the fullbacks getting forward to support the fullbacks, but the forwards, but also the midfielders had to get back to support the defenders. And I don't think any of that was getting through to the players, or they didn't have the energy to play that way for the whole 90 minutes. And it was quite interesting or significant that so many games Celtic were massively dominant in the first half and then kind of died of energy in the second half. We really lacked energy against Rangers in that game, Motherwell in that game, Dundee United when we went from 1-up to 2-1 down in the second half. The St Mirren Cup final, the Hearts game, we kind of just lost all their energy and drive at half time. Strange thing was, the Roma game was actually the other way around. Anyway, people putting up lots and lots of comments. I've kind of got a wee bit sidetracked. Yes. Now, the last I read about Engels was about 5 days ago. He'd been into Celtic to the training ground, etc., for assessment with the physios and O'Neill and Maloney and stuff, and then he was going back to Belgium. And apparently Celtic have got training organised for him back in Belgium. And my understanding was with Engels is he won't be back to play for Celtic until after the international break. But it's thought that Engels, McGregor, and Araujo will all be fit for the first game back after the international break, which is against Dundee away. I think that's April the 5th. And Alistair Johnston, the hope is Alistair Johnston might be available for the Cup semi-final against St Mirren, which is mid-April. And then the week after that will be the start of the final 5 fixtures. So, as Chipper67 is saying, Engels is training. He was training with Celtic. He went back to Belgium to carry on treatment and physio and training, and then he's coming back. And then my understanding is he's coming back to play, all things being equal, the first game after the international breaks. Obviously, he won't be playing against Dundee United this Sunday, but he will be available if things keep on going well for the Dundee game at Dens Park, or whatever it's called these days, on April the 5th. A Catholic Rebel, 1888. I think at the moment, Yang is our first choice wide right player. He scored 2 goals against Motherwell at the weekend. He has scored goals for Celtic off and on all season. He's improved his defensive ability an awful lot. It's kind of like having a mirror image of Daizen Maeda on the opposite side. All you can really do is be the player that is in the squad at the moment. So he's able to play 90 minutes, unlike James Forrest. He recently has been pretty consistent for Celtic. He's added more strings to his bow. So when Celtic do have to go more defensive, such as the cup game against Rangers, which we won on penalties, he did a great job of defending and breaking things up in midfield. And last week, he was the man of the match. He scored 2 goals. He can't really ask for terribly much more than being man of the match and scoring goals. So at the moment, I would play him for Celtic. I think there are better options for Celtic out there as a wide right player. Hopefully, Jota comes back fully fit. Jota can play right. He can play left. Tends to prefer to play on the left. However, with Daizen Maeda being there last season, Jota was playing quite a bit up and down the right when he was in the team or coming on as a sub. So I think Yang likes being in Glasgow. He's got himself back into the South Korean squad, which is no mean feat there. South Koreans have got a strong team, a strong squad. They've got players playing all over the world, playing all over Europe. Yes, Lawrence. Yes, Lord. With the way Celtic are in terms of injuries, with the way that some of the players who've been brought in have not really developed or settled in as best we would have wanted. Balikwisha was bought to play as a wide player. He doesn't really, to me, look like he's got the pace anymore to play as a wide player. As I said, he's had a couple of injuries over the last couple of seasons that really seems to have made him lose all of his pace. Balikwisha maybe is better playing more centrally. My suspicion is that Balikwisha probably will end up going back to Belgium or going back somewhere else this summer. I suspect he'll be one of the players cleared out. Yes, Lauren, you're quite right. As things stand at the moment in terms of fit players, we've got Yang, who can play 90 minutes, Forrest, who can't play much more than 20 to 30 minutes. So in theory, Mvuka could play out wide. In theory, we could get Chineke to play right and Maeda on the left. One of the options Celtic could explore once Alistair Johnston's back in around about a month's time is we could actually play Araujo as the wide right player. He hasn't played as a wide right player quite so much as he has a right-sided midfielder, but the role isn't that different, and he does play very well as an overlapping fullback, inverted fullback. So one thing Celtic could explore would be using, if they had to, players like Balikwisha and Araujo, not as fullbacks, but as midfielders, or even pushing them through into the final third. Under Ange Postecoglou, Josip Juranovic played a couple of times as the wide right player. Yes, as things stand, Balikwisha, I don't really see Balikwisha playing for Celtic again. Maybe with whoever the new manager is. I suspect that he might well give Balikwisha a new start. To be fair, when Nicholas Kuhn came in from Austrian football, his first few months at Celtic weren't very impressive either. He got better and better and better. He had a good end to that first season, and then obviously had a brilliant second season, and then he was away off to Como, and apparently he's had a terrible time at Como, and Como are looking to sell him in the summer. So not sure whether people would want Nicholas Kuhn back, but it looks like Como are trying to offload Nicholas Kuhn this summer. Yes, smell the glove. I would. I think, as things stand, that would for me be the Celtics' best front three. I think Chavanchara. The more Chavanchara plays in amongst the midfielders, the wide players, the fullbacks, the more and more he'll get used to how they deliver the ball. They'll get more used about how to deliver the ball to him. To be fair, he's not actually had a tremendous number of chances to miss in the last few games. Scored the penalty to win the game against Rangers, scored the penalty against Motherwell. Maeda, I think Maeda's best role is out wide on the left, and Yang has been delivering round about every second game as a wide right player. And I think Chineki has shown his best skills coming off the bench, and Forrest for the last 20 minutes can really deliver that brilliant pass, brilliant cross, set up the goal for Neaglan at Aberdeen, set up the penalty kick in the Rangers League match. So I think that could well be Celtic's best use of their current talents. I think on paper, Iheanacho might be our best centre forward. Just I don't think Iheanacho's fitness is anywhere near 100%. His pace since he came to Celtic has been much poorer than it had been in his best days at Man City and at Leicester. He did have a very unsuccessful loan spell at Middlesbrough, back to Sevilla, didn't get back into the Sevilla team. I think Iheanacho was a very talented player. It looks like he's maybe time and injuries and so on are catching up with him. And obviously, having had hamstring injuries, that initial burst of pace is always a difficulty if you have got dodgy hamstrings. Well, I don't think it's strictly true that Kasper Schmeichel was playing with one arm. He was playing with a shoulder that was uncomfortable, but it's it's perfectly possible that the original injury had mostly healed but not fully healed, and because he was continuing to dive onto that shoulder, etc., he was having recurring small additional injuries. It would appear in the Stuttgart match, he re-injured the shoulder to the point where the second scan has now necessitated him. He has to have surgery. There's no other option. He's got to have surgery. So I think if Schmeichel's shoulder was as bad as it is now, right from the start, he would have had an operation right at the start. Now, it's possible that the physios, the doctors, etc., decided it wasn't necessary. Obviously, an injury like Carter Vickers had, the injury that Osmond and Alison Johnson had, both of those had to have surgery. However, at the same time as Osmond and Johnson were having their hamstring surgeries, Sarachi and Iheanacho were able to get back playing, having just had physiotherapy and rest and ultrasound and so on. So there's two ways of managing problems. So it may well be that Schmeichel's initial injury was a level 2 injury, and then a subsequent injury against Stuttgart's made it a level 4 injury. So we don't really know. It'd be great if someone from Celtic's physio or medical team came on screen with Kasper Schmeichel and they went through all the ins and outs of it. Anyway. it's not it's not compulsory to click the like button for the live stream. It's not compulsory to be a subscriber to the channel. Nothing is compulsory. Whole point of these live streams is for people to have a chance to chat, a chance to share their opinions, and for everybody to be nice to everybody within reason. My personal feeling is that Celtic would want somebody to come in and be the manager from the very start of June, or near enough the very start of June. Stevie Clarke will not be available to be Scotland manager at the start of June. I think that's pretty much what Roberto Martinez was saying as well. He's been giving a couple of interviews. He's saying that he's not going to think about any new jobs until his current job, i.e. the Portugal job, has finished in terms of this particular World Cup. There are strong rumours that Celtic have been keen on getting in Roberto Martinez. There are strong rumours that he's had a job offer from Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace's manager is leaving at the end of the season, Glasner. And so Roberto Martinez says he's not going to consider any new jobs until he's finished with Portugal at the World Cup. So again, that's going to imply that he's not going to be available to be Celtic manager from June. He's probably not really going to be available until well into July, even August, with the aftermath of the World Cup. The only thing maybe with Roberto Martinez is, in theory, you could have Roberto Martinez and Sean Maloney as the manager, assistant manager, like they were with Belgium, and then Sean Maloney kind of masterminds the training, masterminds the transfer window, the scouting, etc., in place of Martinez for that first month or two, and liaises obviously with Martinez via phone, email, Skype, etc. When the last I heard about Steve Clarke was that he and Scotland were negotiating or talking about maybe negotiating an extension to his current contract. For him, probably qualifying for the World Cup would be a fitting end to his career. The difficulty is, with the Scotland squad, he's probably unlikely to be able to take Scotland much further than qualifying for a competition. Maybe Scotland can get through this qualifying group into the knockout stage. Who knows? Yes, it will be interesting to hear what Martin O'Neill says regarding regarding the Kasper Schmeichel situation. Maybe he will be able to give a bit more detail, i.e. that Schmeichel's injury was a low-level injury from last spring right through to the Stuttgart match, but the Stuttgart match, he injured it far worse. These kind of things happened. Obviously, happen if you've already got a weakness in muscles or tendons or whatever, and you re-injure it, it tends to make things far worse. And what would ordinarily have not been a bad injury, something becomes much worse because there's an underlying injury. Anyway, it'd be interesting to see what Martin O'Neill says tomorrow, if he does comment on it. And hopefully the journalists will actually bother to ask him those kind of questions. Okay, he achieved success with Wigan. Wigan had never won anything in their history. He won the FA Cup, which is quite an achievement for such a small club. He had a relatively good time at Everton, kept them up in the league, kept them in mid-table. He then became a very successful Belgian manager. Admittedly, he never won the World Cup. He never won the European Championships. He's then gone to be Portugal manager. Again, he's done well with them in qualifying. He's done well with them in the Nations League, but hasn't won anything at the international level. So I would say he's been a relative success as a club manager and a pretty good success as an international manager, but he hasn't won anything. Well, the reason that Osman is out for 4 months with a hamstring injury is because he completely ruptured the muscle. Much like Alistair Johnston, his first injury was a lower level hamstring tear. He came back probably too quickly, and the injury got significantly worse. So with any kind of muscle injury, there are different gradations of it. You can damage the actual muscle belly. You can damage the tendons that join the muscle to the bones. So there's different levels of it. So you can have complete tear of the muscle. You can have complete tear of the tendon. You can have both those things. There are different gradations. Most hamstring injuries get better just simply with physiotherapy and exercises and painkillers and so on. Occasionally, really bad ones like Osman's and like Alistair Johnston, there isn't anything to do but reattach the muscle, reattach the tendon, etc. And then it's 3 or 4 months of physiotherapy. To the best of our knowledge, Callum Osman's shoulder is fine. There is some hope that he might be back for May. So the last few games of the season and the cup final, assuming that we beat St Mirren in the semi-final in mid-April. I don't remember us trying to sign Stevie Clarke as a player. He was a pretty decent player for St Mirren, played at then on to Chelsea, so played at a high level. He's been a coach at lots of different clubs, Chelsea, Liverpool, Newcastle. He was a pretty successful manager at Kilmarnock. Didn't really win anything with Kilmarnock, but in terms of the level of success you would expect at Kilmarnock, he did a fine job there, and he's done a fine job as Scotland manager. Scotland hasn't got a brilliant set of players. It's got some more than decent players. It doesn't really have any sort of world-class players like we did in the good old days with people like Dennis Law, Jimmy Johnston, Kenny Dalglish, Graham Souness, a few others. I don't think anybody in Scotland's side would be deemed a real world-class player. Some really decent players like McTominay, McGinn, etc. And Andy Robertson, although Andy Robertson is maybe just getting that wee bit older and a wee bit past his best. Now, it's an interesting point, Ismail the Glove, is Steve Clarke's football dire? Because that's the best way for using the players that he's got and maximising their talents. He used to be, when he was at Chelsea and Liverpool, a coach with a reputation for being quite an attacking coach, because at Chelsea and at Liverpool, he had the players, along with the managers, obviously, at those clubs, to play much more attacking football. Obviously, at Kilmarnock, he developed a very defensive way of playing football. And he's kind of transposed that to the Scotland squad. Again, you must feel that Scotland's got more strength in the midfield positions, so he's maximising players like McGinn and Christie and Gilmour and McTominay, etc. He doesn't really have a real top quality striker, so he's maybe trying to get more of the goals from the fullbacks overlapping and from the midfielders, because he hasn't got a top quality striker. Lyndon Dykes and Che Adams and Shankland and stuff are not really world-class strikers. So maybe the reason that Scotland internationally don't play particularly attacking football is because we haven't got a striker who can bang in the goals. Maybe if we had Alf Ingley Haaland, if we had Haaland as our goal scorer, or Lewandowski, or if we made Harry Kane a Scotsman, maybe Stevie Clarke would play in a much more attacking way. And Ange Postecoglou has sort of said he's not interested in going back to jobs he's done before. He hasn't specifically said he wouldn't come back to Celtic, but he has had a reputation in the past of not going backwards. Yep, Sligo Boy, that's what I'm trying to say, is that Ange Postecoglou has a reputation of not going back to teams he's managed at before. He tries to always keep on moving forwards. He certainly doesn't seem to have been offered any new jobs since he got sacked by Nottingham Forest, having been sacked by Tottenham a couple of months before. And of course, the person who replaced him at Nottingham Forest was then sacked. The person who replaced him at Tottenham was then sacked. And so next season, Tottenham will be looking for another manager. Crystal Palace will be looking for another manager. There probably will be a couple of other English Premier League teams looking for new managers over the summer or within the first couple of months of the next season. It makes a good point, Chipper 67. Frank Lampard certainly is one of the up-and-coming managers in English football. Obviously, he had a chance at highest level with Chelsea. That kind of fell flat. He's then gone back down to the lower levels, and he certainly got Coventry right up at the top of the league, and to the best of my memory, on the borderline for getting promoted back into the English Premier League. So my guess would be he would stay at Coventry rather than moving anywhere else. Interestingly, I didn't actually see the press conference yesterday evening, but Robbie Keane, for the post-match press conference when Ferencváros were knocked out by Braga in the last 16 of the Europa League, he said he's kind of feels he's gone as far as he can with Ferencváros. He won the league with Ferencváros last season. He is they've got 2 more games left in the Hungarian league this year. They are 1 point behind with a game in hand. So if they won their game in hand and then won the last game of the season, Ferencváros would win the Hungarian league for the second time under Robbie Keane. So it does sound like Robbie Keane is moving on one way or another this summer. Many people are saying there are strong links between Robbie Keane and Dermot Desmond. Don't personally know whether that's right or wrong. Certainly, Robbie Keane has a reputation of being a lifelong Celtic fan. At the same time, some people are putting Robbie Keane's name in the frame for the Tottenham Hotspur job. And my suspicion is that Spurs probably would be looking for a more experienced manager, someone who has managed at a higher level than Israeli football and Hungarian football. So it may well be Robbie Keane coming to Celtic for Robbie Keane, would be a stepping stone to getting into the English Premier League to be a manager there. I don't know. Or maybe could well be that Robbie Keane is going to be the Celtic manager. The benefit of Robbie Keane being Celtic manager would be he comes in, he'll be available for the 1st of June. He can start the 26-27 season straight away. He can get everything going in terms of which players he wants to sell, which players he wants to bring back from loans, which players he wants to bring in on loan or new transfers. Gives him a chance also to decide whether he wants to keep Fotheringham, McManus, Maloney, Strachan, etc., at the club. So it would be a real benefit of a manager like Robbie Keane, because he would be available from day one to be the Celtic manager. Depending how Craig Bellamy's Wales team do over the next 10 days or so with the international World Cup qualifiers, it may be he'll be available straight away for the start of next season as well. So the problem is, if we did go for a manager like Clark or Martinez, who are both involved with the World Cup, or any other World Cup manager, we're going to be waiting for a month or two for them to be available to be the actual Celtic manager. So well, certainly Robbie Keane managed in Israel. However, he left Israeli management as quick as he could, went to Hungary, managed there for a couple of seasons. So he was only the manager in Israel for a couple of seasons. He got out when things started to get very, very dangerous to be in that country and dangerous to be in that area. I wouldn't hold it against him, the fact that he managed in Israel. After all, we've had some super players who've played in Israel. Neil Beatom's a great servant to the club. Leila Bada was a brilliant player for Celtic for a couple of seasons. Effie Ambrose had time in Israel. Biram Kayal had time in Israel. So I wouldn't blame a player for being an Israeli. I wouldn't blame a player for managing in Israel. He got out of Israel almost as soon as things really flared up in Israel. He moved on. He'd moved on already to Hungary. So I would say personally that it doesn't really matter if he did manage in Israel. But some people it is an important thing for them. Yes, I 100% know where you're coming from. 100% know where you're coming from. That there are lots and lots of people who, no matter who is appointed, there will be lots and lots of people in the Celtic world, Celtic fans, Celtic YouTube channels, Celtic internet sites, etc., who will have a bugbear against whoever is chosen. Obviously, there might be some exceptions to that rule, but whoever Celtic choose this summer to be their full-time manager, their permanent manager, there will be people who will find ways to complain about it or not be happy about it. And there is a political angle, you're quite right, to the Robbie Keane scenario. Anyway, reportedly the three shortlisted candidates for the Celtic job are Robbie Keane, Jens Bertel Askew, the Motherwell manager, and Craig Bellamy. Previous times, Craig Bellamy, when the process ended up with Wilfred Nancy, Craig Bellamy ruled himself out at that point. Robbie Keane pretty much ruled himself out at that point, but Robbie Keane certainly has been much more open to managing Celtic, or definitely managing elsewhere. I personally wouldn't be unhappy if Robbie Keane was the manager. He's been successful with Ferencváros, won at least one league, probably going to win a second league this year. Took Ferencváros through to the last 16 of the Europa League, so one step further than Martin O'Neill and the other Celtic managers managed this season. I think Robbie Keane obviously is a person with a relatively big name that also might help attract a few players to come to Celtic that might not have come to Celtic. He has got a reputation both in Israeli football and in Hungarian football of taking young players and making them better and better, and then the players then move on to international level or move on to other leagues. So there are many positives to Robbie Keane. To be honest, I don't. My understanding is he does play relatively attacking football. I haven't actually analysed his style of football that closely. However, I don't think Robbie Keane would be a bad. I think Robbie Keane would be a good manager for Celtic. Young manager, fresh ideas, and could well take Celtic forward. What I think Celtic really require is a manager who stays at the club for more than a couple of seasons. Our difficulty over the last few Celtic managers is we've had a manager for a couple of seasons, 2-3 seasons. Rodgers for 2 and a bit seasons, Lennon for 2 and a bit seasons, Postecoglou for 2 whole seasons. We had Rodgers for 2 and a bit seasons. We've had 3 managers this season. We've not had an awful lot of continuity of our managers. And a lot of clubs do their best when they've got a manager for year after year after year. Ferguson at Man United, Wenger at Arsenal, Guardiola at Man City, and so on and so on. Jurgen Klopp at Liverpool. So generally, if you have the manager in there for a longer spell, it really brings the team through. And it also brings through things like the academy, the scouting staff. All these things start to become much better organised and much more of everybody singing from the same metaphorical hymn sheet. Yes, my understanding is that he and his wife left Israel when things got very dangerous and political, etc. So my understanding is he wasn't supportive of Israel as a country, as a government, etc. And he left at the first opportunity. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that was. I didn't get that feeling when Robbie Keane was a player, be it for Celtic, for Liverpool, for Tottenham, etc. I didn't get the feeling that he was hostile or arrogant or wasn't very good with the fans. I had the feeling that he was popular as a player at Celtic, popular with the fans. He was popular at Liverpool, popular at Tottenham Hotspur. And I thought he was popular with the Ireland squad and so on. Certainly massively successful player for Ireland. Lots and lots of caps, lots and lots of goals. The Askew has had a super season for Motherwell. He's developed a very good brand of football. If Askew was the person that we brought in, it would require the players to learn new formations, new tactics, new style, etc. That was a stumbling block with Wilfred Nancy, players not being able to learn his system. So if we did bring in Askew, we would be asking the players to develop a fairly new way of playing football. The way that Askew likes to play football is similar to the way that Nancy like to play football, lots of passing, breaking down the press, pressing the other team to keep them pressed in their final third. So the benefit, if we did get Askew at the start, he would come in June and then have 3 months of pre-season to get the players all into his system. Yes, I think there's I'm surprised. There's a surprising number of Celtic fans on all the various different message boards and comment sections that I read who are going for Maloney, probably with Martin O'Neill as some form of background advisor, be it a director of football, be it something less formal and less fixed. I'd be surprised if Martin O'Neill wanted a big role at Celtic, but I wouldn't be that surprised if he wasn't willing to do some form of advisory role or consultancy role. Never quite sure what Gordon Strachan does in terms of his role, in terms of advising managers and stuff. But maybe that's the situation. I think Celtic fans probably would be wanting somebody to be more of a well-known, successful manager. Sean Maloney, as an assistant manager, a coach, has been very, very good. However, as the main manager, his success rate has been rather poor. Wasn't very successful at Hibs. Wasn't very successful at Wigan. My main problem with Jens Bertel Askew is he hasn't. The only trophies he's ever won were winning trophies in the Faroe Islands League. He's not actually won anything in his subsequent jobs. He's not won anything with Motherwell. They're going to come fourth in the league almost certainly. That's a tremendous position for Motherwell. Previous Motherwell managers have achieved that sort of level in top six. Sometimes getting themselves into Europe, etc. But Jens Bertel Askew, previous clubs that he's managed at, apart from his time in the Faroe Islands, hasn't actually ever won a league, a trophy, a cup, etc. So that would be one of my grumbles with Jens Bertel Askew, is he's never managed a really big club, and he's not actually ever won anything apart from in the Faroe Islands. I certainly hope that that the Michael Nicholsons and the Brian Wilsons, etc., have been used in the last 3 months of this year since we sacked Wilfred Nancy, to be looking around for a permanent candidate. The fact that Celtic very quickly appointed Martin O'Neill to the end of the season suggests that their intention was to get someone in right from the end of this season, so the end of May, start of June, and then give them the full 3 months to get the Celtic squad, players moved on, players brought back in, the players who are currently here on loan or free agents, decide whether we keep them or not. I think Celtic are certainly looking at the moment to be trying to sign both Araujo and Sirachi. Problem with Araujo is his wages might be outside of Celtic's normal budget, in that he's thought to be on £70,000 a week at Bournemouth. However, Kieran Tierney took half the money that he was on at Arsenal to come back to Celtic, so maybe Araujo, with the promise of regular first team football at Celtic, might come back as a permanent player. Maybe he'll come back as a loan deal. Some people were suggesting that Benjamin Arthur might come back again next season as a 1-year loan rather than just a half-season loan. The fact that Celtic appear to be trying to sign Araujo and appear to be trying to sign Sirachi and inquiring about getting Arthur for another year does suggest maybe that there is a manager all lined up for coming in June, and that Celtic are liaising with them about what they want. Apparently, also, Sean Maloney has been drawing up scouting lists and player target lists and stuff. So that again maybe suggests that somebody is lined up, or maybe nobody's lined up. It's perfectly possible. It's perfectly possible. That could be the case. My honest opinion is that I don't think that's what their intention is. My honest opinion is they have somebody lined up to come in June who is currently employed by another team. So we can't announce that they are coming to be the Celtic manager for June onwards until they finish the season with the club they're at the moment. So obviously Robbie Keane, if that's the manager, his season with Ferencváros finishes early in April. Craig Bellamy, if that's who we're going for, his season might finish after Wales are knocked out or not knocked out of these final World Cup qualifiers. If we were going to be announcing Jens Bertel Askew, obviously we can't announce him as the manager until the end of the season, which will be the end of May, because his season will go on right to the end of May with Motherwell. Now, one candidate that was put forward strongly last November was Kjetil Knutsen of Bodo Glimt. Now, his season with Bodo Glimt is now ended. They got knocked out of the Champions League by Sporting Lisbon. They got thumped in the second leg. I think it was 5-0. The Norwegian season is on its winter shutdown, and so theoretically he's now his teams are out of Europe, and they're not playing in Europe, not playing in Norway at the moment. Honest to goodness, Chipper Sixes, and I don't know. I think from just sort of all the various different rumours and the fact that the Robbie Keane rumour has got stronger and stronger the last couple of weeks, I would guess that Robbie Keane is the candidate that Celtic have chosen. Similarly, there have been stronger rumours regarding Jens Bertel Askew. He's sort of talked about managing somewhere else next season. He's not committed himself one way or the other. I honestly don't think that whoever comes in will be necessarily a yes man to anybody, because Brendan Rodgers wasn't a yes man to Dermot Desmond. Martin Neal's not a yes man to Dermot Desmond. Wilfred Nancy certainly wasn't a yes man for Dermot Desmond. Ange Postecoglou was very definitely not a yes man for Dermot Desmond. Ange Postecoglou was allowed to change a tremendous amount of things at Celtic when he came in. He changed training, he changed the scouting, he changed the recruitment, he changed the tactics, he changed the formations, he changed the whole way that Celtic played. So I don't think that I think what Dermot Desmond and the boardroom people want is Celtic playing a good brand of football, being successful. If Celtic play a good brand of football and are successful and progress further and further into Europe, that brings in more money, brings in more sponsorship, brings in more merchandising, brings in all these other things which makes Celtic a stronger and stronger club and a stronger and stronger business and a stronger and stronger investment for them or other people coming in to invest in the club. Yes, I think that's it. One of the reasons I would say this, and obviously it's just my opinion, was that Celtic for for a couple of months, we're trying to get Howe from Newcastle, who now is at Newcastle, but was at Bournemouth, to be the Celtic manager. Celtic seemed to be going after him for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. It looked like Celtic were on the verge of him signing to be Celtic manager. Then he pulled out, and within about a week or so, Ange Postecoglou was all lined up and then brought in after that. So my feeling is that Celtic will have a list of people that they're looking at. They've been spending the last 2 or 3 months negotiating with agents and with managers and so on. That they've been seeking second opinions from other people in and around Celtic, and that they have people lined up. So the fact that Howe turned us down, and within a couple of weeks, Ange Postecoglou was in place. And Ange Postecoglou was given pretty much a clean sheet to start again and change lots and lots and lots of things within the team, within the squad, within the training and backroom teams with scouting, etc. Yes, I think they are. But if Robbie Keane resigns as Ferencvaros's manager after the game, their last game of the season, where they may or may not win the title, say they're currently second with a game in hand. They win their last 2 games, they will win the title in Hungary. So if Robbie Keane is giving all the indications that he's leaving Ferencvaros at the end of the season, why wouldn't Celtic line him up to be the Celtic manager as soon as this season ends? Can't see any reason for delaying it. It won't save Celtic any money to delay signing him, or delay signing whoever it's going to be. Obviously, if it was Robbie Keane, there's not going to be any compensation fees. If you sign Jens Bertel Askew, there's going to be a compensation fee because he's contracted to be the Motherwell manager, I would presume, for next season. Okay, smell the glove. That's just my opinion, and everybody is entitled to their opinion. I thought Celtic were very forward-thinking and quickly adapted from having Howe as their number 1 candidate to adapting and having Postecoglou as the candidate. Very quickly gave Ange Postecoglou the keys to everything. They gave him money to buy players. They gave him the carte blanche to change the tactics, change the formations, change the backroom people, change the scouting network, change where we looked for players. And the decision to appoint Wilfred Nancy, which backfired quite badly, was, in theory, a very progressive decision as well. Again, it would have brought in a person with very different ideas and tactics and formations, a manager who had been successful in another brand of football. Anyway. My personal feeling also is an awful lot of the football teams are mostly successful with managers and players play well on the pitch. Celtic do have a lot of money, and they did spend a lot of money on Ida. They broke the transfer record for Celtic on Ida, and a couple of weeks later they broke the transfer record again for Arnie Engels. So they did actually give Brendan Rodgers a lot of money to buy players. Now, at the same time, totally agree, we sold players on. And so the money that was used to buy Engels for a club record and Ida for a club record a few weeks before, we got the money back, having sold Jota, Tierney, O'Reilly, later on Kuhn, etc. So in essence, and Celtic have won the title 13 times out of the last 14 years. Celtic have won doubles and trebles. Since Martin O'Neill came back in 2000, Celtic have won doubles and trebles for the great number of seasons over those 25 years. We won the treble twice in our whole history prior to 2000, and we've had about 6 trebles since that time. So Celtic have been, in terms of Scottish football, very, very, very successful. Celtic has struggled to make inroads at the highest level in Europe, but then not many other countries of Scotland's size and Scotland's level of prestige and TV money, etc., have achieved. Now, Bodø Glimt have exceeded ambitions. They got to the last 16. They got knocked out in the last 16. It's been a heck of a long time since any team outside of the big leagues in Europe has won the top tournament in European football. So the last team outside the big 5 leagues to win the Champions League was Porto the season after. So it's well over 20 years since any of the smaller leagues has won the Champions League. So it's incredibly difficult for any club not in the big 5 leagues to win the Champions League. The best players go and play in those leagues. The players in the smaller leagues like Scotland's and Holland's and Belgium's and Portugal's, etc., gravitate towards the big 5 leagues because that's where the money is, that's where the stardom is, that's where the exposure is, etc. Anyway. You make a very good point, David Grant. Yeah, Celtic could have millions of pounds, but players often, if they've got a choice of playing for Celtic in the Scottish Premiership or going to be on the bench for Brentford or Bournemouth or Sunderland or whomever, they choose to go to play for those teams or not play for those teams, to be on the bench at those teams. There were several players that Celtic were looking to get, and they chose to go to play for play in England, play in Italy, play in Spain, play in Germany, or actually several Celtic were looking to sign ended up playing for an English Championship because there's more money in the English Championship. It's a much higher standard of player in the English Championship now than in the Scottish Premiership. And as we put up the graphic last week, or I think it was last week, Celtic are paying the players more at Celtic than any other team in Scotland by a fairly considerable amount of money. Up until a couple of seasons ago, Rangers were actually the highest wage budget in Scotland. The last couple of seasons and this season and next season, Celtic will be paying 5, 6, 7 million more than any other Scottish team. Our wage budget can't challenge the wage budget that people like Brentford and Bournemouth can offer in the English Premier League or the corresponding teams in Spain, Italy, Germany, France, etc., because those clubs have got much bigger TV contracts, much bigger sponsorship, much higher prestige leagues. So it's difficult for Celtic to compete at the very highest level because the gap between the Scottish Premiership and most other leagues in Europe is getting bigger and bigger and bigger as the TV contracts for all those places get bigger and bigger and bigger. Bigger TV contracts means bigger and bigger sponsorship, bigger and bigger prize money, and so that gap's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, so the players are getting paid higher wage budget than ever before, but so are the groundsmen, the canteen staff, the people in the advertising department, the people in the superstores, etc. Celtic has actually paid all its employees in all its different facets of the Celtic Football Club more money over the last couple of seasons. They actually have given everyone a significant pay rise, and they've given the players a pay rise as well. The theory being that if you reward players like Maeda, Hatate, Carter Vickers, McGregor, Jota, Tierney, that they'll stay loyal to the club. And to be fair, players like Maeda have stuck at Celtic, Hatate stuck at Celtic, Jota's come back, Tierney's come back. So there is some logic in paying players bigger salaries. It maybe does keep players at the club that might have been moving on. It maybe does attract some players like Tierney or Jota to come back to the club because they are going to get paid a better wage now than they were when they left the club. Yes, good point, David Grant. We have actually bought quite a number of players. They've played very well for Celtic, helped us win trophies and leagues and cups and stuff. And then, like O'Reilly, like Kuhn, like Edouard, like Christopher Ayer, Moussa Dembele, lots and lots of other players. Fraser Forster, they've moved on to other leagues. Virgil van Dijk, we bought him for a couple of million from a Dutch club. We sold him to Southampton for about 8 or 9, 10 million. He then ended up being rated the best defender in the whole world. So we have actually signed a lot of good players. We've made them better and better, and we've sold them on for big profits. And at that point in Celtic's history, players did actually come to Celtic to move on to higher leagues after giving Celtic a couple of years. I think it's becoming more and more difficult for Celtic to do that because the prestige level of Scottish football is not as high now as it was 5 years ago. I didn't hear any interviews from anybody from Sunderland, so I can't actually comment on what that story is saying. But if other people have got details regarding it, but I don't know what the Sunderland person said. So I don't know what was or wasn't said and how that disproves what our board is telling us. Fair enough. Well, so that's been the way that Celtic have operated for the last 15 years or so, maybe a bit longer. And throughout that time, Celtic, as I say, 13 league titles out of the last 14. We may or may not win the title again this season, so that would be 14 out of 15, as I say, over the course of those years. Let's say the 10 years since Rodgers came in the first time, in 2017, we've been winning doubles and trebles pretty much every single season ever since. And apart from the one time where Rangers won the title under Steven Gerrard, that year the cup was won by the cups were won by other teams, not by Celtic or Rangers. So it does show actually the fact that Rangers, who ran away with the league that season, couldn't win either of the cups. So actually winning the double, winning the treble is actually a really hard thing to do. I haven't seen any other interviews. I haven't read any other podcasts. Anyway, if I can find that podcast, I will have a listen to it. I do remember someone pointing me towards a podcast previously that was supposed to be very interesting and kind of destroying the Celtic model. When I actually listened to it, it was somebody who really had no real experience to talk about what he was talking about. And that the clubs that he had been involved with had never been high-level clubs, etc. So yes, welcome to you, Bradlad88. Nice that Sligo Boy has referred you here. As I said, if you stick around, the idea is that everybody gets a chance to talk. Everybody gets a chance to put forward their theories. We talk about whatever people want to talk about. And as long as everybody's pleasant, polite, respectful, lets everybody share their opinion, etc. No one's rude. No one use non-family friendly language. You're welcome to stay as long as you can, as long as you like. Welcome to you as well. Paradise Huddle. You'll never walk alone. Oops. Yes, I think you're quite right, actually. Although the question would be whether last week's cup game against Rangers counts as a win or a draw, because in the end it was decided by penalties. I'm never quite sure quite how the statisticians work that out. I think they probably will call that a draw, in that it was a draw after 90 minutes. Certainly that's the way they interpreted Celtic against Aberdeen in the cup final, is they called it a draw rather than an Aberdeen win. Yes, so Clashman Numpty, you're quite right. We bought Matt O'Reilly for around about 1.5 to 2 million. We sold him on for upwards of 25 million. We bought Nicholas Kuhn for something like 3 million. We sold him for something like 18 million. We bought Virgil van Dijk for about 2 million, sold him for about 10. We bought Odsonne Edouard for 9 million. We sold him for 18. The theory is that, and Fraser Forster came for a couple of million. We sold him for 10. We bought Victor Wanyama for about 800,000. We sold him for about 10 times that amount of money down to Southampton, etc. So Chipper 67. I'm not always massively convinced that spending more money on a player means that you get a better player. And sometimes that is the case. I'm not sure that Arne Engels is 5 times the player that Benjamin Nygren is. We bought Nygren this summer for somewhere between 1.5 million and 2 million. I would say probably he's certainly Celtic's most successful player this season with all the goals and all the assists. We bought Chinyecki for 5 and a bit million. Is he 2-3 times as good as Nygren? So we bought Adam Ida for 9 million. Was he so much better than Dyson Maida, who we bought for between about 1.5 million? I don't know. Doesn't always. So sometimes if you buy from the right market, you can get very, very good high quality players. So Celtic certainly had a success rate buying players from Japan, Maeda, Kyogo, Hatate, etc. We haven't actually sold on Maeda and Hatate so far, but when we do, we'll be making a massive profit on them. So we'll be getting 3, 4, 5 times as much money for Hatate as we spent to buy him. We'll probably get maybe 10 times as much for Maeda as we spent to get him. So we don't necessarily have to be buying in the 6 to 12 million pound range. And sometimes when you buy from English League, German League, etc., you do have to pay 6 million to 10 million to get kind of player you might get from Japan for 2 million, let's say. Yes, I completely agree. The difficulty is trying to find players willing to come to play in Scotland who are a genuine 6 to 12 million pound player, because most players who are genuinely 6 to 12 million pounds worth wouldn't want to come and play in Scotland, because there will be opportunities to go and play in England, Spain, France, Germany, Italy, etc. Yes, we had a 50-50 rate in Japan. I would say Tomoki Iwata was a success at Celtic. He's been a big success since he moved to Birmingham. He's more than coped in the English Championship. So I think how Iwata was a success, just Brendan Rodgers didn't play him as often as he probably should have done. Ideguchi was unlucky in that he came to Celtic, he got injured pretty much in his second game for Celtic. He had and he never properly got a chance to play again for Celtic. He went back to Japanese football. He's been a big success in Japanese football. Kobayashi wasn't a success. Shin Yamada, his career has kind of stalled coming to Celtic. He was a very successful player in Japanese football. Didn't get much of a chance to really establish himself at Celtic. He's not really done very well in German football as far as I can remember. Inamura's gone back to Japanese football on loan. Apparently he's been playing very, very well in Japanese football. So who knows? Wouldn't discount them as not being good signings. Certainly Kobayashi wasn't a success. Yamada wasn't a success in the small number of games he got. Inamura, I thought, had a really good debut against Livingston. Somehow he never ever saw another match day squad after that. So I was actually quite impressed with Inamura in Hayato Inamura in the pre-season games. I was impressed with his game against Livingston, and it really surprised me that he never got another chance. Yep. Quite right, smell the glove. It was a game, cup game against Alaba. He broke his ankle, or either way, had a terrible ankle injury. It took him ages to recover from that. By the time I think he'd recovered, Brendan Rodgers had come in as the manager. He didn't seem to rate Ideguchi. He got sent off on loan to Japanese football. He was up in Japanese football as one of the players of the year. Came back to Celtic at the end of the Japanese season, and Rodgers sent him straight back to Japan permanently. I don't know how Ideguchi's done going back to Japan after that. Yep, kind of thought that. My understanding was Ideguchi was a pretty good player. He certainly seems to be a very good player, having gone back to Japanese football. Yep. So injured his ankle playing for Celtic in his first or second match. Never got another chance really to play for Celtic. Change of manager as often happens. Quite where Ange Postecoglou saw him as a player within the squad, I don't know. But my personal feeling is in Inamura we had a very promising player that could have really been developed into a top level player. His level of passing was very good. Don't think he was a centre back. I think he was much more of a defensive midfielder or a left back. I think he could easily have played the kind of role that Greg Taylor, Kieran Tierney, Sarachi plays, the sort of wing back or inverted fullback role. I think he also had the passing skills to have been developed into a defensive midfielder or a sort of hybrid defender stroke midfielder. And I think every club in the world, I completely agree that Celtic have signed some players who have not settled in or have been not as good as we thought they were. But then there are plenty, no matter what club you support, or if you support two different clubs in different leagues, there are plenty players who've been signed by my other team that I support, Liverpool, who have been duffers at Liverpool, particularly in the Brendan Rodgers years. Liverpool signed a whole lot of absolute rubbish players, whether that was Rodgers, whether that was his scouting team, whether that's a whole combination of things. But lots and lots of teams sign players that prove to be no good at all. So it's not just Celtic's got a poor success rate. And the bee's knees appears to be the system that Brighton stroke Hearts have got, but both Brighton and Hearts have signed players that have been disappointing and have not been nearly as good as was hoped. Can't remember the name of the player that Hearts signed. He was Ugandan it was an African player. I don't think he's actually played for Hearts so far, despite the fact he got signed in January. 2 or 3 of their signings last summer have never really come through to be first team starters. So I think every team has signings that don't work out at all well. And there will be players, you're quite right, that we spend a lot of money on and they turn out to be rubbish. There will be some players we buy because it's a good time to buy that player, or we buy them from a league that doesn't set such high prices on players. So we get Benjamin Negan for a bargain because he's coming to the end of his contract. We got the players from Japan and from Major League Soccer for less expensive transfer fees. I'm pretty sure had we been buying Rio Atati or Daisen Maida or Kyogo from a team in France or Germany, etc., would have been paying 5, 10, 15, 20 million for them, not a couple of million for Hatati and Maida and 4 million for Kyogo. I'm pretty sure I'd be buying all those players from big European leagues or England or whatever, and we'd have been paying for a massive amount of money. Yes, Gabby boy. One of my biggest disappointments was Celtic letting Ben Doak go. Ben Doak kind of got a few games in the Ange Postecoglou era, but not too surprisingly, he was keen to try his luck at Liverpool. Liverpool, to be fair to Liverpool, put him straight into their Carabao Cup and their European squads, etc. He got plenty of games in the Europa League for Liverpool. He got plenty of games in the Carabao Cup. He was relatively successful. He didn't have an awful lot of games in the Premier League for England. That's Premier League for Liverpool that season, as has been the case with Ben Doak. Gannon Doak he has actually always been quite injury prone at Liverpool, injury prone again. Now that he's at Bournemouth, he's missed a lot of games for Scotland. He's missed a lot of games for Liverpool. Missed a lot of games for Middlesbrough and so on. So very super talented player, and it's a real regret that we let him go for not very much money at all, just a basic a compensation fee for the training money that would spend on him. What I would say, Brad Lad, 88, is we probably do have a system. Just it's at the moment it's not working terribly well, and I think part of why we've not really had a very good system is we've chopped and changed rather a lot. So I thought we had a pretty decent system under Ange Postecoglou. That seemed to get ripped up when Brendan Rodgers came in. Rodgers fairly quickly appointed Paul Tinsdale, appointed a couple of other people who were people that Rodgers had worked with before at Leicester and at Liverpool and Watford and so on. And then obviously at the turn of the year, we got rid of Tinsdale. We got rid of a couple of other people. We now seem to have one of the ex-head scouts from Chelsea and I think it's a guy called Mark Cooper. They seem to be our two sort of scouting recruitment leads at the moment. Whether that's been formalised into permanent full appointments, I don't know. It may be like many things, they're kind of waiting for the new manager to come in. But I think we have got a system, just the system hasn't been working very well, and the system has had quite a number of changes, moving from Postecoglou to Rodgers to Nancy and O'Neill, and then O'Neill, then Nancy, and then Nancy getting sacked, and then Tisdale getting sacked at the same time, and then O'Neill at the moment. It's apparently whoever the chief head scout of Chelsea, this guy Cooper, and Maloney seem to be our scouting recruitment head of departments. Yeah, so Daniel Kelly was a disappointment. Rocco Vata was a disappointment. Neither Rocco Vata nor Daniel Kelly has been terribly successful moving to Millwall and Watford. So I'm not too fussed about losing them. Obviously, Gannon Doak has gone on to be a big success. That was a big disappointment. Daniel Cummings, the one we lost last summer, went to West Ham. I don't think he's properly established himself so far. Good point, and I think Ange Postecoglou had a system. Part of Ange Postecoglou's system was Peter Lawwell's son. He wasn't terribly popular with Celtic fans and the Celtic media. However, he was somebody that worked very well with Ange Postecoglou. He was part of the scouting team and recruitment team that got in players like Kyogo, Maeda, Hatate, Matt O'Reilly, Kuhn, Alistair Johnston, etc., etc. So he actually was part of the scouting and recruitment team that got in lots and lots of players who turned out to be good players for Celtic, some very good players for Celtic. My thoughts, Bradlad88, about Jens Bertel Askew is he certainly has been a successful manager at Motherwell in one season. He's managed some medium level and small teams in Scandinavia. Never really managed a proper title chasing team. The only titles and leagues and cups he's ever won have been in the Faroe Islands. Never actually won at the highest level. However, he radically has changed. Radically changed Motherwell. He brought in a really good brand of football at Motherwell. Quite slightly risky brand of football at Motherwell. After all, if you think about our two home games against Motherwell, in the first game, the one we won 3-2, the equaliser that Nygren scored was because their defenders and goalkeeper were messing about with short passes, which let Nygren in. Our first goal at the weekend against Motherwell, again, the defenders and goalkeeper were messing about with short passes in their own defensive zone. That let in Tierney to win the ball back, along with Chunecki. That then freed up Nygren to cross the ball in for Yang to score the first goal. So they do play quite a risky brand of football. Fast passing, fast movement, committing players forward. They play with a lot of pace, a lot of attack. They actually are pretty good defensively as well. Yes, so Mark Law, whose name was Mark Penny, Peter Lawwell's son, did actually have a lot of links in Major League Soccer. Had links through the City Group, which had links in obviously to Manchester City as a team. We've actually had quite a number of players loaned to us by Man City, or we bought them from Manchester City. It is actually, so there were, and reportedly Ange Postecoglou knew Peter Lawwell's son by reputation in the past as well. So anyway, Lawwell very quickly lost his job when Rodgers came in and ended up Paul Tidsdale took over much of the role that Lawwell had in terms of scouting. A couple of Celtic scouts at that point also were moved out as well to be replaced by Brendan Rodgers' mates. That it really is. That's an excellent point, Brad88. There is a definite theory that maybe if you move up the quality of players, so we think about the fullbacks being Johnston, Araujo, Tierney, Sirachi, maybe they wouldn't make so many poor passes. If we do also think about it, we in the 2-0 defeat we had to Motherwell at Fir Park. Again, it was some poor passing between Schmeichel and Scales that let in Motherwell to score that goal. The first goal at the weekend, again, was a short pass from Sinisalo to Tati. He lost the ball on our own 18-yard line. That then broke to a Motherwell player who passed to Just, who scored in at Sinisalo's post. So I think probably if Celtic practice that kind of thing more and more with the new manager, if that is going to be Jens Bertel Askew, I think it is something that Celtic would get better and better at. So yes, Paradise Huddle. I would be very very happy if Sriracha and Araujo signed to be Celtic players again next season. Sriracha apparently does have quite a number of offers. I don't think Araujo's got a lot of offers for next season. I doubt that he's going to get to get back into the Bournemouth hierarchy. I think he was sort of second, third choice at Bournemouth. I don't think he's going to be made the number one fullback at Bournemouth. Reportedly, both Araujo and Araujo's brother has said that Araujo is very much open to staying at Celtic for the longer term. I think Celtic could certainly afford to have both Alsa Johnston and Araujo in that right back place. I think Araujo especially could move forward to play midfield or even wide right, as I was saying a bit earlier. I think Sriracha is a super player as well. He doesn't seem too fussed at being Kieran Tierney's backup. I think also he knows if Kieran Tierney is the number one left back, that Kieran Tierney is liable to be missing games on a regular basis and will also be coming off with 20 minutes, half an hour to go. So I think Sriracha actually knows he's going to have quite a number of games. And reportedly, Sriracha also is open to staying at Celtic, depending on what other offers he gets. Yes, so yep. So I read a story or two that Araujo's brother had said that Araujo was quite happy to stay at Celtic. I think there was an offer for Araujo to go back to Major League Soccer. Whether that would be more popular for Araujo, I don't know. I don't know whether going back to live in Trump's America is a thing that he would want to do. Given the fact that he does have Mexican origins, although he was actually born in America, his parents are Mexican, were Mexican immigrants and stuff. So I don't know whether he would want to go back to America at this point. I think there was also some mention that one of the very top Mexican teams was looking to sign him. So I think Araujo does have one or two offers, but it may be that Celtic would be the best offer for him. So. Yes, I think certainly the having those two, Sriracha and Araujo, as backups or equal first choice right back and left backs for the next 2 or 3 seasons. I think Celtic would be very well blessed with them and Alsa Johnston and Kieran Tierney, etc., in those positions. I think also Colby Donovan, who's about 19, 20 years old, I think he could turn into be a very, very good player for Celtic. Also, I've been relatively impressed with Dane Murray as well. I think he played pretty well in the Rangers match, coming on as a sub for Benjamin Arthur after 60 minutes. I thought he looked pretty good. He's got that bit more height than our other centre backs, as does Benjamin Arthur, but also Dane Murray. He's got a good burst of pace. He managed to get from one end of the pitch to the other end of the pitch to stop a Rangers attack in that cup match. Yes, quite right. I think what we do need, what any successful team has, is it has good. So if your first choice player it drops out through injury, suspension, etc., that you can replace them with somebody as good or nearly as good as them. And I think that's certainly something that Celtic this season have struggled with in quite a number of positions, is the backup players, the McCowans, the Paulo Bernardos haven't been good enough to step in to replace Engels and McGregor and Hatate and stuff. Are the players who were backup wide players pretty much have remained as backup wide players. So I don't think Yang, as good as he's actually played this season, really would be considered to be a first choice Celtic player. Was it not for the fact that there's nobody else really to be the first choice player at the moment? We haven't really replaced. We haven't replaced Nicholas Kuhn. We haven't replaced our main striker. Great to have had you on, Chipper67. Thanks for all your brilliant opinions. Thanks for leading so many discussions. Planning to do the same thing again next Thursday. So it's been brilliant to have you on. Been a nice wee... actually, surprised it's nearly been 2 hours we've been nattering away. So it's been good fun. So I can't remember whose point it was, but the point I would say is that what good teams always need is you lose your first team starter, and the player that comes in is nearly as good, or once they get a couple of games, they actually prove that they're better than the player that they've replaced. We haven't replaced the wide right player that Kuhn was last season. We haven't replaced Kyogo / Ida as the goal scorer. I think that's part of the reason that Celtic have struggled. I think Benjamin Negrin's been a big success this season. Kieran Tierney's been a big success this season. Tierney this season has scored more goals in the Scottish Premiership than he had ever scored for Celtic in all these other league seasons combined before this. His 7 assists this season equals his record from his earlier Celtic career. So Tierney's had a super season for Celtic. Negrin's had a great season for Celtic. Scored lots of goals, created lots of goals. Doesn't contribute as much as maybe he should do in midfield. However, if he's scoring goals and creating goals, he's doing something very important for the team. However, we have lacked quality going up and down the right wing and the wide position all season, and we have really lacked a reliable goal scorer in the middle, be it Kyogo, be it Ida, be it Giakoumakis. And certainly, if you think back to when we had Giakoumakis and Kyogo in the team, we had 2 very reliable goal scorers who could score 20 goals or so in a season. To be fair, last season, Dyson might have got 30 goals. Ida got 20 goals. Kuhn got 20-odd goals from wide right. It's getting back to the days of the goal contributions we used to get from players like Abada and Jota and Scott Sinclair, etc. I think one thing Celtic could really do with would be a Gary Hooper-style striker, a Lee Griffiths-style striker, somebody who puts the ball in the back of the net on a really reliable basis. We haven't really had that since Kyogo's second season, when he scored a heck of a lot of goals in his second season. His first season was dogged with injury. Then his next season and a bit, he still scored quite a lot of goals, but not nearly as much as he did in his middle season. Yes, Paradise Huddle. You never walk alone. I think Sinisalo has been really good for Celtic. It was a disappointment that he got so little a chance to play under Brendan Rodgers. He came in when Kasper Schmeichel was injured first, around about 12 months ago. I thought he actually played well for Celtic in those 3 or 4 games that he got. However, Rodgers got Schmeichel back in for the end of the season, played him in the cup final, which I think really backfired. And certainly the start of the season, Rodgers had Schmeichel as his number 1, very rarely played Sinisalo. O'Neill didn't really play Sinisalo when he was first here as the caretaker. Nancy did play Sinisalo, I think 1 or 2 games, but Schmeichel was still his number 1. And then O'Neill comes back in, and Schmeichel's again the number 1. it's a good question. We'll never ever know if Sinisalo had been put in as the number one goalkeeper last summer to allow Kasper Schmeichel to go away and get surgery, etc. We don't actually know how well Sinisalo would have done had he had the pressure of being Celtic's number one goalkeeper for the whole season. But certainly since he came in when Schmeichel's shoulder got re-injured or injured worse, I don't think you could really fault him for any of the goals that Celtic's let in. He made some super saves away from home against Stuttgart that helped give us the win. He commands his box way, way better than Schmeichel does. His ability to come out and clear the ball, come out to the edge of the box to catch the ball, way, way better than Schmeichel. Commands his 6-yard box at corners, high balls, etc. Way, way better than Schmeichel does. So, and without wishing to tempt fate, I think Celtic do look more defensively strong with Sinisalo as our goalkeeper than we did with Schmeichel as our goalkeeper this season. Maybe not last season. Schmeichel had a good season last season, but this season he has been disappointing. Yes, he comes over as confident. He comes over as intelligent. He comes over that he appears to be analysing opponents, analysing his form, analysing his teammates. He maybe isn't as vocal and as noisy as maybe some of Celtic's goalkeepers of recent years. But he is still a relatively young goalkeeper, so maybe 25 years old. I can't remember exactly, but he's got potentially, as a Celtic goalkeeper, he's got a good 10, if not 15 years as a Celtic goalkeeper if he chooses to stay in Scotland. He was a international for Finland at a very young age. I think he could be a Celtic number one goalkeeper for several seasons. I don't know actually, Pat McLaughlin, who Celtic's number 3 goalkeeper would be. Obviously, Ross Doohan is now our number 2 goalkeeper. Can't remember. We certainly sold a couple of our goalkeepers who were backup goalkeepers. I can't remember if the guy that we loaned to Scott Brown at Ayr was sold to Ayr or if he's still there on loan. But I don't think. I think if Celtic were looking for a third choice goalkeeper, it's probably going to be whoever Celtic's academy or B team goalkeeper is. We do have a couple of very promising young youth level internationals in the academy, but we don't really have a manager, a third choice goalkeeper who's got any real experience. In that we sold a couple of them on. So the person that Joe Hart was suggesting could be a great Celtic goalkeeper of the future was a guy called Josh Clark. Now, Josh Clark was the one that was loaned to Ayr last season. He's apparently actually on loan to Partick Thistle at the moment. I suppose theoretically Celtic could recall him to play for Celtic as our third choice goalkeeper. I would guess that if we did ever need a third choice goalkeeper, that they probably would promote somebody from the academy or B team into being the first choice goalkeeper. Yes, so Sligo Boy, you're quite right. Whoever, I would guess Celtic's third choice goalkeeper is probably one of the 2 or 3 goalkeepers who are the B team stroke academy team goalkeeper. However, as I say, Joe Hart was very, very impressed with Josh Clark when Joe Hart was here as our goalkeeper, and he thought that Josh Clark had the ability and the potential to turn into a real sort of top quality goalkeeper. I think he kind of thought that he was a potential international in the future. So one of the difficulties with Wyoming CSC is we don't actually know what level of injury Kasper Schmeichel actually was carrying from this time last year through to the Stuttgart game. Reading between the lines, he significantly injured the shoulder, an already weakened shoulder in the Stuttgart game. In that the level of injury he's got in his shoulder at the moment would not be compatible with playing football, which is why he isn't playing football, which is why pretty much straight away after the Stuttgart game, he stopped playing for Celtic, and then Sinisalo took over from him. He then got tried with some physio and injections, and then they sent him for another scan, and this other scan has confirmed injuries that have to be operated on. So my guess is that he had a low level of injury from last spring through to now, and then the Stuttgart game he significantly re-injured it. Same way that Alistair Johnston came back from his first hamstring pull and then injured it a second time, but injured it far worse the second time. Kelechi Iheanacho injured himself against, I think it was, well, he injured himself in one of the Europa Leagues right at the start, came back for the St Mirren match, then injured it far worse in the second match, second time back. So I think it's that kind of thing. So I think there was a significant second injury on top of the first injury in the Stuttgart game. And that second injury was made much more likely because of the first injury. But it would be nice if someone from Celtic's medical staff or physio staff came forward along with O'Neill tomorrow to explain the ins and outs of Kasper Schmeichel. He's having his operation tomorrow, so I guess we won't see Kasper Schmeichel again at Celtic, possibly until it comes to celebrate winning the league at the end of May. Well, I think Sligo Boy, that's maybe being a bit unfair in that the medical team, the physio team, has got quite a number of Celtic players who have been injured back into first team football. They've managed to keep Callum McGregor patched together for several years, able to play top level football despite the fact that he's got a chronic injury. They managed to get Carter Vickers and Johnson through a second half of a season with a significant injury. Managed to get Johnson rehabbed very successfully from his ankle surgery. Unfortunately, Cameron Carter Vickers had knee surgery in the summer and then came back and then did his Achilles tendon. So I think Celtic do have a good medical staff and physio staff. In that they do actually have quite a number of successes. Marcello Sirachi pulled his hamstring. We got him back playing. He's back playing now as well as he's ever played. You could also say that they've managed, for the most part, to get a lot of game time and very high quality game time out of Kieran Tierney, a player who for 3 or 4 years before that was almost continually injured in his Arsenal days. So I'm sorry. one of the difficulty with the room that I use for doing the recording and the live stream and stuff is I can't quite get the lighting right. So if my face does look rather orange, I apologise. As long as you're not going to compare me to Donald Trump, I'm happy to be to look a bit odd with the way the lighting and the camera and stuff is. Yes, so Rubber Duck 67, that's kind of what I'm trying to say, is that that Celtic do appear to have got the best out of Kieran Tierney. They actually did a pretty good job of building up his game time to the point where he actually managed to complete a few 90-minute games. And as I was saying earlier on, he has scored 5 goals this season for Celtic, and has done 7 assists. His basic defensive duties have been pretty good. He's put in quite a lot of good crosses and stuff for Celtic. So the medical staff have done very well, I think, with keeping Kieran Tierney on the pitch, getting the most we can out of Kieran Tierney. Most of the time, that's about 70 minutes. So he has finished a few games, the full 90 minutes a few times. And I do think probably with Celtic now for the next, from now to the end of the season, we probably will see Kieran Tierney playing 90 minutes most games if it's required. So Wyoming CSC, when just before I started the live stream, I did read a wee article, and it said that Callum McGregor was in the running to start to play on Sunday against Dundee United. We'll find out for definite tomorrow whether that's the case. My personal feeling would be I would be inclined to put Callum McGregor on the bench rather than starting him, because I think it would be, if let's say Callum McGregor came back and straight away re-injured his calf or re-injured his Achilles tendon or injured it worse than the injury he had a couple of weeks ago, that might well rule him out for the rest of the season. With us having the 2 weeks of international break, I think risking Callum McGregor and risking Araujo, if it is a risk to play Araujo, may not be needed to beat Dundee United. So my inclination would be, if those 2 players are nearly fully fit, I would put them on the bench rather than playing them as starters. And then if required, we can always bring on Araujo or bring on McGregor later in the game if we have to chase the game. Brad Ladd, 88, I think a lot of Celtic fans and a lot of journalists and pundits and experts discounted Kieran Tierney, mostly because for so many years at Arsenal, he missed as many games as he played. He didn't actually get a good few games with Arsenal right at the very end of his Arsenal career, mostly playing as a sub. He actually played more quite often as a midfielder, wide on the left as well for Arsenal in his last few games. So I honestly thought that if Celtic could get Kieran Tierney near fully fit, I thought he would actually be a very good player for Celtic in Scottish football, with the potential of being a positive influence in European football. And I think Celtic could certainly, if we had Strachey and we had Tierney, we would have 2 players who could definitely be regular first-team starters. And I thought actually Liam Scales did a pretty good job playing at left-back as an emergency in the Rangers Cup match. I thought he actually dealt with the Rangers wide players really pretty well, and he actually gave us a bit more height in the box for defending crosses and corners and throw-ins and stuff as well. So I think actually Scales proved he's a pretty decent left back as well. Yes. So yeah, and if we do have Kieran Tierney on the pitch for 70 minutes, which is what we most of the season we've had, the fact that he's scored 5 goals, the fact that he's made 7 assists, it shows that it's actually worth having him on the pitch for those 70 minutes. Although we think back to the Aberdeen game that we won 3-1, it was him who stepped forward to score the second goal against Aberdeen in about the 88th minute. So it did prove that he was actually able to play a full 90 minutes. And remembering that also was the Wilfred Nancy system, where players like Tierney had to be at both ends of the pitch. So actually he proved in that Wilfred Nancy times, they did have a lot more fitness and strength and endurance than maybe we'd give them credit for. Yes, Slabber and Cabbage, this did start 2 hours ago. We started at 9 o'clock. As Sligo Boy was saying, we typically do go until about midnight. Sometimes 1 o'clock. When it was the transfer deadline day show at the end of January, we did, I think, actually go on to nearer 2 o'clock because Celtic did do a bit of business right at the very, very end of that time with Adamu and Mvuka and various other players coming in, and then the rumours regarding Oxlade-Chamberlain also came at that time. Yes, it's on definitely from 9 o'clock till midnight, and we do sometimes go towards 1 o'clock. In essence, we keep on going as I can talk for, and that I was only a wee bit late starting. I generally start within about 5 minutes of the supposed start time. One of the issues as to why something's a wee bit late getting started is because my camera doesn't always work first time when I switch it on, and also I was trying to catch up with any Celtic news just before I started as well, which is where the wee bit about there still being some injury concerns about Julian Araujo, and the story that what was it called? The story that Callum McGregor is in the picture to start the game, to play the game against Dundee United on Sunday. Personally, I wouldn't play McGregor. It's not a problem, Pat McLaughlin. I have to freely put my hand up and say I was five minutes late starting the live stream. I always underestimate how much time it's going to take me to get the computer set up, the camera set up, the graphics and stuff all set up before I start. So always say I'll give myself longer, and then I never actually do give myself as long as the need. Maybe I should wear makeup because people say I'm looking a bit orange. So, talking about the Dundee United match, Celtic will have some players available who haven't been available recently. Obviously, Austin Trusty comes back into the selection choices. He's been missing for the last 3 league matches. Of course, he did come straight back in for the Rangers Cup quarter-final. I think he was A lot of people had him as the man of the match in the Rangers Cup quarter-final match. My presumption would be he'll come straight back in as the right-sided centre-back. Interestingly, quite a lot of people were suggesting that we should go with Benjamin Arthur and Liam Scales and put Trusty on the bench. I can certainly try slabbering cabbage. It didn't work out terribly well last week, putting the big light off and leaving the small lights on. But see, I don't think it's any better with the other lights on. So, I'm not convinced I'm not convinced with the way that the lights are that we're going to get things any better, I'm afraid. So I'm afraid my amateur lighting to go with my amateur presentation skills and punditry skills. We have to put up with what we've got. So Wyoming CSC. I wouldn't be. There were a couple of stories I read a few days ago that Celtic were discussing with Brentford about getting Arthur back on loan for next season as well. So thank you. I'm afraid it's as good as we're going to get. Once the sunshine comes out in the summertime, it might well be better because the room actually is well lit when it's sunny outside. But obviously, we're near enough midnight and it's going to be dark. Anyway, where was I? Sorry. So the Dundee United game on Sunday. So personally, I would go with bringing back Trusty, probably alongside Liam Scales, Tierney at left back. I would be inclined not to start Callum McGregor on Sunday simply because the last thing Celtic can afford is Callum McGregor getting re-injured against Dundee United and then missing the rest of the season. I think having his experience and his organisation for the couple of games leading into the last five and the Cup semi-final and hopefully the Cup final after that, I think having him available for those games is going to be far more important than against Dundee United. We shouldn't really require Callum McGregor in the midfield to beat Dundee United, and that we didn't have him in the Rangers Cup quarter-final. We beat Rangers, we'd have him for the Motherwell match. And we managed to beat Motherwell last weekend. If Rio Atati keeps on playing at the level he did in that Rangers Cup quarter-final, we should be fine. The slight snag is Luke McCowan, Paolo Bernardo aren't really stepping up to fill McGregor's boots. I think Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain still is probably a few weeks away from being fully fit. However, I think, again, the couple of weeks of international break should see him fully blended into Celtic squad, fully fit as well, and able to really give his best for Celtic. I think once Arne Engels comes back, which should be the Dundee match on the 5th of April, reportedly, I think then we can put Oxlade-Chamberlain on the bench and bring him on for the last 20-30 minutes to replace Hatate or Engels, etc. Yes, well, you make a really good point, Wyoming. We need to put two halves together, definitely. If people are bothered with the lighting. No matter how I like this place, it's not going to be great. I don't know, people. To me, this seems far too dark. I can't help the light. What the main light in this room is above my head. I can't help that. If people are happy with this, I'm here to try and please people. So if people are happier if it's darker, that's fine. Okay, if people are happy, with this, I'm willing to carry on. I don't actually have to read. I can't. If I had anything to read off a sheet or book or whatever, I can't actually do it because it's too dark in here for me to read. But if this is how people are happy, this is fine. Just be a wee second. That's fine. Good. If people are happier, people can be happy. So, my team for Sunday against Dundee United: Sinisalo, Araujo if he's fit, if not Donovan, Trusty, Scales, Tierney, Hatate, Oxlade-Chamberlain, and Negrin, Yang on the right, Maeda on the left, and Chavancharo through the middle. I have a feeling that probably won't be what Martin O'Neill will go for. He seems to be very, very keen to start Dies and Maeda through the middle every game. However, happy to hear what anybody else wants to say in terms of what they're starting. Paradise Huddle, I'm very, very confident about Celtic beating Dundee United. They're on a bit of a downturn. Now, admittedly, the last time we went to play them in Dundee under Wilfred Nancy, we ended up losing that game 2-1, but it was one of these games where Celtic could literally have been 7 or 8 goals up at half-time. Had Johnny Kenny and Dyson Maeda put away their chances, we could certainly have been 4 or 5 up. No bother at all. I think Kenny missed 4 great chances in that game. Yes. I totally agree. Obviously, we went to Dundee under Brendan Rodgers and they beat us 2-0. We actually struggled to beat Dundee at Celtic Park under Martin O'Neill. I took a sort of Dyson Maida header where he got kicked in the head as well, or hit in the head anyway, definitely, to win that game. We've actually kind of struggled to beat Dundee in those. Well, we lost to Dundee, obviously, and we beat Dundee with a bit of a struggle the other time. Dundee United, we obviously got beaten by them at Tannadice, and then we beat them fairly comfortably in Martin O'Neill's second spell. So I'm pretty confident about Celtic beating Dundee United this Sunday and then beating Dundee the following, on April the 5th when we come back from the international break. Yes. Beating Dundee United on Sunday by 4 or 5 would be ideal for Celtic's goal difference. We are a wee bit behind Hearts in terms of goal difference. However, if Celtic do win all their games between now and the end of the season, we will win the league, we will win the cup, because we're only 2 points behind Hearts. So obviously we beat Hearts, that gets us 3 points, that puts us 1 point ahead of Hearts. So no matter what Hearts do for the rest of the season, if we beat Hearts and win all our other 9 games, we will win the league and the cup yet again this season. Yes, so I think improving the goal difference would be a big factor. Obviously, it does make things slightly easier if Celtic can get their goal difference similar to Hearts. And that there wouldn't be the same imperative to win absolute every game. But I personally think that Hearts are going to drop points, Rangers are going to drop points. Obviously, Hearts have still got to play Motherwell a couple of times, they've still got to play Rangers one more time. So I think actually the other teams are going to cancel each other out as well. So I don't think we necessarily have to go 100% in the league to win the league. I think obviously if we beat Rangers and beat Hearts, that'd be a massive factor towards it. And then avoid any slip-ups against Falkirk, Hibs and Motherwell in the final 5 games. Yes, so we do need goals, as quite rightly Brad Ladd 88. But this season, Celtic actually haven't been putting a lot of goals in the back of the net in one game. I think we've had a couple of games where we've scored 4. We've not really had... I'm afraid, Slabbering Cabbage, the YouTube award is a YouTube award awarded to me by my daughter, Little Miss David 67. It's not an official YouTube award. Haven't got nearly enough subscribers to get that. It was my daughter bought it for me as a well done gift when I got to 1,000 subscribers. So it's not an official YouTube award. It's an award given to me by my daughter for to say, well done, Dad, for getting to 1,000. Yes, quite right, Pat McLaughlin. If we won every game between now and the end of the season in the cup and in the league, 1-0, will win the double. So winning a few games by a few more goals just does give us another string to their bow, just in case goal difference does be the determining factor at the end of the season. Would be a big disappointment, obviously, to go into the last game of the season and lose out on goal difference to Rangers or Hearts or whomever. Will be actually quite interesting when we come to the final 5 games, quite how the Scottish League how they actually make the fixtures. And typically, they always have the Celtic Rangers match as the second of the 5 games. Would be actually quite interesting if they made the Celtic Hearts game the 5th and final of the 5 games. And then it could be a sort of a championship decider going into the last game. That might be quite exciting. Could be certainly very popular for TV coverage and so on. Clashman Numpty, my personal feeling is that if we weren't going to give Benjamin Arthur a run in the team, I would move Trusty from right centre-back to left centre-back and put Liam Scales on the bench. I personally think Austin Trusty is a better defender than Liam Scales. Liam Scales, tremendously hard worker, committed, very, very committed to Celtic. He has done surprisingly well as a Celtic centre-back for a couple of seasons. I don't think he has the pace of Austin Trusty. I think Austin Trusty is a bit stronger on the ball. I think Austin Trusty, more importantly, has better recovery speed. So if he does make a mistake, does get caught out in his position, he's much better for getting back into position. Liam Scales gives away a lot of free kicks as well. I do know, obviously, Austin Trusty's got himself sent off twice. I think both the times Austin Trusty's been sent off this season, he's been a wee bit unfortunate. I think it was a harsh red card against Hearts, a harsh red card against Hibs. Both of those probably for me should have stayed as yellow cards. From what the referee said about the Austin Trusty McGrath incident in the Hibs match, he was simply going to give the 2 players a warning, and somehow the VAR official convinced him to go for a red card against Trusty. So personally, sorry, a second. Yes, so I have been critical of Liam Scales. I think, as I said, he's done a tremendous job for Celtic for a couple of years. However, he does give away a lot of fouls. He does get himself caught out of position. He does quite often get caught out with balls over the top of him. And I say he doesn't have the pace that Tierney, Araujo, Johnston, Arthur, Murray, and Trusty have to recover that position. Quite often, Scales gets caught on the wrong side of the player, trying to reach around him to kick the ball or tackle. He gave away a penalty at Aberdeen. Maybe that was a bit harsh. However, he did make contact with the player in the box. He does give away a lot of fouls, and teams like Rangers and Hearts particularly, a lot of their game is set up for creating fouls in and around the box. So personally, if we're going to play Benjamin Arthur, I wouldn't be averse to that. I would have him beside Trusty. Great to have you join us, Paul McGuire. But it's a matter of opinion. I personally would have if I was going to have I think O'Neill will go with Trusty and Scales. They've formed a pretty good partnership since around about October time. Trusty kind of came in when O'Neill came in as the caretaker. Rodgers had kind of frozen out Austin Trusty. Trusty had been injured a bit at the start of the season. However, when he got fit, Dane Murray came in to replace Carter Vickers rather than Trusty. So basically, since O'Neill came in the first time, it's been Trusty and Scales has been our first choice centre-back partnership. And I think that will be the case again on Sunday, and it will be till the end of the season, as long as Trusty and Scales manage to keep injury-free and suspension-free. But as Trusty proved against Rangers in the quarter-final, he formed a good partnership for 60 minutes with Benjamin Arthur and formed a good partnership with Dane Murray for the other 60 minutes. And actually, to be fair, Liam Scales has formed a pretty good partnership with them as well when Trusty's been out under suspension. Sorry. I think you make a brilliant point there, Paradise Huddle. What Celtic seem to have is a confidence in themselves and each other. And there's been a lot of criticism for Celtic winning games with late goals, winning games in added time. For me, that actually shows you've got a whole bunch of players who are confident in themselves and confident in each other. I thought the performance to beat Rangers was a very, very good team performance. The team performance to beat Stuttgart away from home, again, everybody was playing for each other, playing for the team, playing for the badge. There's been, I think, Celtic under O'Neill and Maloney as the coaching team, the management team have shown a lot more fight, a lot more aggression, a lot more pride in themselves and pride in the badge. I've made this point a few times before, but I was very, 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 very disappointed with the way that the players behaved at the end of 90 minutes and 120 minutes in the Kierat Almaty game. That the players all looked scared. They all looked no real fire in their belly, no real passion, etc. Really very big, important scenes just before before extra time and before the penalty shootout of Sean Maloney actually geeing all the players up, but also the players geeing each other up, patting each other on the back, high fives, etc. The interaction between Viljami Sinisalo and his teammates who were about to take penalties, also really, really brilliant. So I think actually what O'Neill and Maloney, etc., have engendered at Celtic since they came in is a really, really good team spirit. They've got the players confident, they've got players playing for each other, and they've also got players happy to be on the bench and come in as substitutes, happy to be in and out of the team. So players like Sarachi and Colby Donovan, James Forrest, etc., have all been happy to be bench players, and that's also a bit of a difficulty with some of them, is convincing them that it's fine to be on the bench and then come off the bench and show their talents. So I was very, very disappointed with the way the Celtic players looked and behaved at the end of the Kierat Almaty game. I didn't have any confidence in them taking those penalties to win the game. Didn't have any confidence in them fighting to win the game against Kierat Almaty in extra time before taking it to penalties. In the game against Rangers in that quarter final and the game against Dundee the previous round, I had no doubts that Celtic were going to come through that game and win. When it did go to penalties, I was a bit less confident because Butland does actually have a good record saving penalties. However, in the penalty shootout, I think you make a good point, Strange Love the Doctor. I think sometimes people overcomplicate football. I think there's an awful lot to be said for getting players well organised, getting players playing for each other, and engendering confidence in the players and good team spirit amongst the players. I was very, very impressed with Austin Trusty stepping up to take the second Celtic penalty kick. I can't find any record of Austin Trusty taking a penalty kick before in his career. To be fair, the fifth penalty taker for Celtic in that five was going to be Liam Scales. As it turned out, we didn't need it because Rangers missed 2 of their 4 penalties. We scored all 4 of ours. Tati's penalty was great. Travanchana's penalty was great. Trusty's penalty was great. I don't think Butland could have saved any of those 3 penalties. I don't think Butland could have saved any of those 3 penalties, even had he guessed the right way. The Oxlade-Chamberlain one, I think, was a very clever penalty because he made Butland commit to diving to his right and then hit it down the middle. To be honest, Wyoming CSC, I think it might well end up being a decision for the Scottish Police and for the Glasgow City Safety Board as to whether Rangers fans get to come to Celtic Park or not. I think it probably isn't in the hands of Celtic. It's probably not in the hands of Rangers. It'll be down to the league. It'll be down primarily, I think, to the police and the Glasgow Safety Board. Reportedly, that's the reason why at the moment the Green Brigade fans are not allowed into Celtic Park, is because the Scottish Police Service and the Glasgow Safety Board have blocked it because they're not happy with the way that some of the issues have been sorted out. The police certainly have the ability and the power to do that, and the Glasgow Safety Board have the power to do that as well. So if they say that there isn't a certificate for the standing section for the Green Brigade to stand in, it's in the power of the Safety Board and the police to say that. So, however, coming back to the Rangers issue, I think it's probably not going to be in the hands of Celtic or Rangers. It's going to be in the hands primarily of the police and the Safety Board, giving a certificate for Rangers fans to be there, and then also the league having a say-so in that as well. It would be a shame. I think it's a shame for away fans not to get to go to a game. I think it does spoil the atmosphere if fans aren't there. I thought the atmosphere for the Celtic Rangers Cup quarter-final was way better than the atmosphere the previous Sunday. I thought the Celtic fans did a brilliant job of cheering and shouting and making noise during the game. I thought they did a great job of keeping the players going. So in the end, I think it's going to be down to other people rather than whether Celtic fans want it or don't want it. I think the only problem about the Celtic Rangers match in that in the final 5 would be that obviously the Rangers fans and the Celtic fans would be very, 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 very much under the microscope. And so both sets of fans would have to be on best behaviour. Yes, so Paradise. I would tend to agree with you. I think for me it's a shame if away fans aren't at a club at a game. It's the same as games at Hampden Park. It's a shame if one set of fans massively predominates over the other. Actually, when Aberdeen played Celtic in last year's cup final, there's a good, very, very large Aberdeen contingent. So I would be all for Rangers fans getting to come to the game against Celtic in the final 5, as long as the police, the Safety Board people are happy with it, and I think both sets of fans would have to know that they would have to be on their best behaviour. Otherwise, it could have quite major repercussions. Anyway, people seem to be having their own personal discussion. Yes, that is if the stories are true about the amount of damage that the Celtic supporters did to the Rangers ground. I don't know whether it's true or not. I haven't actually seen any reliable pictures or video footage or whatever, but there was reportedly tens of thousands, if not more, damage and vandalism and graffiti and stuff. I don't know. There's an awful lot of disinformation going about. There's a lot of different stories, and virtually everybody's story has its own angle, and it's really quite difficult to get reliable evidence. I think Scotty Dougal, you make a good point, a really good point. I think it would be incumbent on both Celtic and Rangers to ensure that the tickets went to the right sort of fans, that they do actually control who goes to those games. Certainly, the sight of a few hundred men dressed all in black with balaclavas and face masks on, it didn't really strike me as being what football should be about. And it did sound like, or did look like, the whole lot of Rangers fans had come dressed to cause problems, and certainly had come dressed with their face masks to hide their identities if there was any trouble or fighting or vandalism or pitch invasions, etc. Yep. Well, the only difficulty with that, which is perfectly understandable, it's a really perfectly reasonable, understandable point of view, is that if Rangers fans don't get to come to that game, Celtic fans won't get to go to the next game, and we kind of go back to how we were for a couple of years after the COVID years, where Celtic fans didn't get to go to Ibrox and Rangers fans didn't get to go to Celtic Park. So, and then really, in the end, if you go to watch a game of football, you should really be, your main idea should be about supporting your club and not damaging the opposition stadium and creating mayhem and danger and potentially hurting people, endangering other people's safeties by throwing flares at them or setting off fireworks and so on. It should really be about supporting your team and commiserating with your team if your team loses, etc. It shouldn't really be about throwing flares at opposition fans or throwing bottles at opposition fans or causing tens of thousands of pounds worth of damage to the seating or the toilets or whatever it might be. Anyway. Anyway, let's get back to talking about football. wasn't aware that there were no Rangers fans there that night. I thought there were Rangers fans because no, well, maybe there wouldn't have been. Maybe it was. Yeah, sorry, might well still have been sort of COVID times and stuff there. Sorry, yes. So, just thought we might try and get back to football things, if we can. Oh, God. Just a second. Yes, I think. Excuse me. Obviously, with Rangers having to play Hearts, one way or another, that's going to either one's going to beat the other, which knocks the other one further out the league, or the two of them draw against each other. I think that actually might be a better result for Celtic, as if Motherwell can get a couple of draws off Rangers and Hearts over the last 8 games of the season. Hearts have obviously got to play Motherwell twice. I think if Hearts draw with Rangers, I think that also also does help Celtic. It was a can of Coca-Cola, not a can of special brew. Thursdays are non-alcohol nights in our household. So actually, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and sometimes Mondays are non-alcohol nights as well. So no alcohol for me on a Thursday. Have to keep myself awake and compos mentis and for the live stream as well. I'm afraid I don't know what your football system is. Doctor Strangelove the Doctor. It's a fairly old-fashioned system of football. It kind of goes back to Roman times. That's kind of how the Roman people fought their wars. That's how they actually arranged themselves going into battle. They formed like a tortoise type of thing where they all protected each other. Had the shields above their head and their swords in front of them, and they went forward into battle. So it's actually a system based on the way that the Romans fought their wars 200 years ago. It has its merits. Personally, whoever Celtic's manager is coming in to replace Martin O'Neill, the caretaker, as of June onwards, what I would love them to be able to do is to play nice attacking football, however, be defensively sound. To be fair to Ange Postecoglou, within Scottish football, our defence was more than good enough to win games. We struggled at the highest level. What this season has proven, what this season has proven is that Celtic actually, when they put their mind to it, can defend successfully. We had a good defensive game against Rangers, obviously in the quarter-final. We had a good defensive performance against Stuttgart away from home. good defensive performance against Bologna, down to 10 men. Good defensive performance against Feyenoord in Rotterdam. Yep. Good morning to you, Brad Lad, and Pat McLaughlin. A wee bit earlier on. So, interesting theory, Strangelove the Doctor. Basically, as I said a wee bit earlier on, I do think sometimes that we do overcomplicate football. Good teamwork, good team spirit's important. Having quality in your team's important. I do think getting the ball forward quickly from defence to attack is very important. Defending in numbers, attacking in numbers is important. I think it's. I'd really liked the way that Celtic played football under Ange Postecoglou. I didn't like the way we played football, particularly under Brendan Rodgers. It became at points so slow, so pedantic and stale, etc. Didn't think we were really utilising the full talent of many of our best players. I don't think the Brendan Rodgers system used Kyogo particularly well. I don't think Brendan Rodgers used Jota when Jota came back to us at the end of last season. Don't think he knew how to use him properly. I think also Rodgers was quite keen on. There were certainly players that Rodgers had who were his favourites, and it was quite difficult for those players to get out the team, and quite difficult for players that Rodgers took a dislike to get back into the team. He didn't seem to be a manager who gave many players a second chance. But I do agree that in the days of Jock Stein and Bill Shankly and Bob Paisley and Brian Clough, etc., in the good old days in the 60s, 70s, and so on in football, there wasn't all these sports science, nutritionists, etc. That there were plenty of players reportedly whose pre-match lunch would be a couple of bottles of beer and pie, chips and beans. There was none of this pasta dinners and regulating intake and fluids and this, that, and the other. So maybe some of this sports science, nutrition, and physiology, etc., is a wee bit overstated, but it certainly is very much the vogue at the moment, is making football very scientific. After all, a lot of people are championing the scouting computer system that Hearts have used. As I said earlier on, I think Hearts have actually brought in some good players with that system. I think they've also brought in some pretty rubbish players with that system. I think whatever system you use, there will be successes and there will be failures. I think it's always difficult knowing whether a player will adapt well to a change of club, a change of country, a change of climate, etc. And as Celtic have shown over the last 10 years or so, they've signed some players who've turned out to be very, very good players, got better and better and better, sold them for big money. We've also bought a whole lot of players whose value has dramatically dwindled. Still think it was a terrible piece of business to buy Ida for £9 million one season and sell him the next for 7. Couldn't really see the sense of that. I thought Ida actually was doing a fine job at Celtic. Quite whether he would have been able to step up to be Celtic's number 1 striker for the season, I don't know. Probably not. However, he was doing a good job as Celtic's number 2 striker last season, scoring 20 goals. being the backup to Kyogo for half the season and being back up to Maeda for the other half of the season. Strange love the doctor. I think the chances of Scotland winning the World Cup are zero, unfortunately. I think Scotland do have half a chance of getting out the group stage and into the knockout stage for the first time ever in an international tournament. I don't think Scotland has the quality of striker to win many games at the highest level, and I think we have been lucky these last couple of years that players like McGinn, McTominay, etc. have scored more than their fair share of goals, but players like Adams and Dykes and Shankland and so on aren't really good enough to score reliably for Scotland at the highest level. Much like Celtic with Lee Griffiths, we do kind of need, Scotland internationally does need a reliable person to put the ball in the back of the net, and it's something that Celtic haven't really had for the last couple of seasons. Really top level 30-40 goals a season striker, a Gary Hooper, Lee Griffiths. I didn't realise that you were the special one, that you were Jose Mourinho. There were briefly rumours that Jose Mourinho was keen to come to Celtic to be the manager. I think that was always just a stupid story. I don't think a manager of that level of prestige. Again, some people were putting forward the manager of Borussia Dortmund and various other managers coming from Germany and Spain at the highest level to manage Celtic. I don't see that as happening. So, which is why probably Roberto Martinez is a pretty good bet. Robbie Keane, maybe Craig Bellamy, so i.e. a more experienced manager coming back to club football, or a young up-and-coming manager like Bellamy or Keane trying to prove himself. Anyway, I don't see Scotland ever having a chance of winning the World Cup. Same way that I don't see, unfortunately, Celtic ever having a chance of winning the Champions League. Maybe some folk think it might be a bit disloyal, but I don't think at the moment, with the way that the league system is, that we've got the chance to reach the highest level. I think certainly Celtic's aspirations should be last 16, last 8 of the Champions League. I think that as Bodo Glimt proved, as Sporting Lisbon have proved, is certainly possible for teams from medium-sized and smaller leagues like Scotland's. I think Bodo Glimt getting to the last 16, Sporting Lisbon getting to the last 8 does prove that you can get that far with a well-organised team and well-organised club. After all, we did actually beat Sporting Lisbon during the summer and the pre-seasons. We were slightly ahead of them in terms of being ready for the season, but however, we did beat them in a pre-season friendly. Strange love the doctor. I think the thing to do is to put your CV into Celtic Park, putting forward your new theory about how to play football, and see whether Michael Nicholson and Dermot Desmond and Brian Wilson, etc., want to take you up on your offer. They did take up Wilfred Nancy's new way of playing football, So maybe they are open to taking a risk on a brand new way of playing football. Anyway, do other people think it's worthwhile risking Callum McGregor in the game on Sunday if there are still some questions about whether he's fit or not? Similarly with Araujo, for me it'd be a shame to lose them both for the rest of the season if there are questions regarding their fitness, because after all, when we did put in Alistair Johnston back in straight away when he was fit, that backfired. He injured himself far worse. That was also the case with Kelechi Iheanacho. Came back in for the St Mirren Cup final with not very much preparation beforehand, much the way that Johnson had done a few games before. So for me, I don't think it's worthwhile trying. I don't think it's worth risking either of them if. Not sure who's blocking your football mental. As your comments are coming up on the screen, they're coming up in the comment section. So at the moment, you're not being blocked by me. Certainly not under the name of Football Mental. Anyway. Getting back to talk about football things, we seem to be getting a bit sidetracked in the comment section at the moment. For I think obviously for the rest of the season, Viliami Sinisalo is going to be our number one goalkeeper. Can't see any possibility of Kasper Schmeichel. Well, he's not going to be fit for the rest of this season. I can't see Celtic offering him any form of contract if he's going to be out for 10 to 12 months. Schmeichel was delaying signing a contract for anywhere past this season until around about March, April. So that's kind of backfired on him as well. Great to have you on, Kegler Moon. Nice for you to join us. Lots and lots of good comments in the comment section from you to go with the videos and so on in the past as well. So great to have you on. Great to have you on a live stream. We're still going strong, even though we've now gone past the 3 hours mark. So in the last 5 games, I would expect, Celtic should have a home game against Rangers and a home game against Hearts, because we've already played them both away from home twice this season. We've played Motherwell twice at Celtic Park and once at Fir Park, so we should be playing them away from home in the final 5. We've played Falkirk twice at Celtic Park and once at Falkirk, so we should be playing against Falkirk away from home. I can't honestly remember off the top of my head the split between playing Hibs at Celtic Park and Hibs at Easter Road. I think we've played them twice at Celtic Park. So I think it's what will probably happen is we'll play Motherwell and Falkirk away from home, Hearts and Rangers at Celtic Park, and they generally try and play the reverse of what's happened before, which is why we should be playing Rangers at Celtic Park and Hearts at Celtic Park, Falkirk and Motherwell away from home. I can't honestly remember whether we've had twice at Easter Road and once at Celtic Park or the other way around. And they'd also try and balance out over the season how many home games and how many away games each team has had, so that that's all equal as well. So you should have 19 home games and 19 away games. As we said a wee bit earlier on, it will be interesting to see where they put the Rangers Celtic game and where they put the Celtic Hearts game as well, and whether they have Rangers, Hearts, and Celtic all playing different teams in the last game, so that there's a bit of helicopter Sunday like there was, unfortunately, a few years ago when Celtic blew the title on the last day of the season with that Scott McDonald double. They beat us against Motherwell. Not a problem, Kegler Moon. These live streams are designed so that people can pop in and out, or people like Sligo Boy can stay for the whole 3.5, 4 hours. Lots and lots of people have been on the whole way through, which has been brilliant. Does keep the conversation going when there's wee lulls and stuff. I think just with the fact that we probably are going to be going into the final 5 games, probably just behind or just ahead of Hearts, in that we're 2 points behind them at the moment. There's 3 games to go before the split, the last 5 games of the split. Theoretically, Celtic could win those 3 games, Hearts could lose those 3 games, and it could all be over very early in those final 5 games. I don't actually see Hearts giving up that many points. I wouldn't be too surprised if Hearts end up drawing with Motherwell. I think Hearts probably will win their other couple of games before the split. Well, I certainly don't have any intention of doing an all-nighter. As I said, we did do an even longer live stream when it was the transfer window shutting down, and I would plan to do a similar extended version at the end of the summer transfer window. Hopefully, there won't be the same last-minute panic in the summer transfer window as there was in this summer's transfer window or this winter's transfer window, where Celtic were getting an awful lot of things arranged at the last minute, and then things arranged the next morning, with Kelechi and Achel coming in the day after the transfer window shut in the summer, and Oxlade-Chamberlain coming in a couple of days after the winter window had finished. Yep. So as I say, they try and balance up 19 homes and 19 aways. They try and balance up that if you play one team, you've played one team twice away and one team at home, you then get home games. I think you're quite right that Motherwell and Hibs will be away games. We might get a third home game against Falkirk, but I think the most importantly thing is we'll be playing against our 2 biggest rivals for the title, assuming that everything goes to form between now and that spell. We should have both of them at home, which I think could give us an advantage. Slab and cabbage. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. I've got that light turned off, so I can't see how I'm burning your retinas anymore. I think I suppose actually, yeah. I suppose that it makes quite a bit of sense to have the Celtic Hearts game in the midweek, but I think probably Sky will want to keep that as one of the Saturday Sunday games. I think to get it a bit more of a prime time audience, but also they might well fit it in amongst their English fixtures and their English Championship fixtures and stuff as well. And certainly nowadays, Sky and Premier Sports seem to have an incredible amount of power to change fixtures and change days and times of things. I'm not a big fan of having games starting at 4:30 on a Friday. Oh, sorry, 4:30 on a Sunday afternoon. Much rather those sorts of games are on at lunchtime rather than late in the afternoon. Also having games at 8:00 in the evening kicking off in Aberdeen, or by the same token, a game between Celtic and Aberdeen kicking off at 8:00 in Glasgow. It's not fair on fans travelling so late at night back home, or giving up time off work to get up to the game, etc. I think those kind of things could be much better sorted out rather than being midweek 8:00 games. So I have a horrible feeling that the title is going to go down to the last game of the season. I don't think Celtic's going to be able to run away with the title this season, mostly because we've come from so far back on two occasions. Martin O'Neill took over with Celtic 8 points behind Hearts. He managed to get Celtic pretty much back to level with Hearts. For Wilfred Nancy to come in, we then ended up something like, at one point, I think 8 points behind Hearts, although there were games in hand for Celtic to recover that. So I don't see Celtic running away with the title of the season. I do see Celtic winning the title, however, maybe in the last game of the season, or winning it in the second last game of the season, as was the case in 23-24 when we won it with a 5-0 game away from home at Kilmarnock in the midweek. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much for all your contributions, Slabber and Cabbage. One of the difficulties I've also got is I can't really sort out the lighting for the live streams, because also the live streams are in the evening and I don't ordinarily do videos in the evenings. And obviously with us now moving from winter into spring, there's actually more and more light in the evenings as well. Not that there is at 9:00 at night, but sooner rather than later, we will actually have still quite a lot of light in the early evening. Anyway, thank you for all your contributions, Slabber and Cabbage, this evening. Thank you to Bradlad88 as well. Thanks for joining us this evening, and thanks for all your great contributions. Hopefully come back again next Thursday. same time, same place. Hopefully, maybe to try and make a few other people happy, I'll try and get the lighting better, although I can't promise anything. Anyway. Anyway, so anyway, good. Thank you for subscribing. That would be great. Always welcome new subscribers. The numbers are going up little by little by little. Not that I do this for fun. Sorry, not that I do this for money. I just do this for fun. Keep myself mentally active in retiro. Thanks for coming on as well, Paradise Huddle. You'll never walk alone. Been great to have you on. So that's what I was going to talk about. Sorry, I was talking about something and then got sidetracked. As I was saying, so it looks like Sinisalo is going to be our goalkeeper for the rest of the season. The question is whether Celtic next in the summer window should decide to keep Sinisalo as our number one goalkeeper, or whether we should try and buy another first choice goalkeeper to take over from Sinisalo as the number one. Personally, I would go with Sinisalo as being our number one goalkeeper. I think he's proven this season in the games that he's played that he is good enough to be our number one choice. Then presumably we try and get in someone a bit like Sinisalo, i.e. When we signed him 2-3 years ago, signed Sinisalo 2-3 years ago. He was a young up-and-coming goalkeeper with a wee bit of experience at the highest level. Played a bit for Aston Villa, played a wee bit for a couple of other teams on loan. He had played, obviously, by that time, a few games for Finland at full international level. Actually, had a pretty good game for Finland against Scotland a wee bit prior to coming to Celtic. So my inclination would be that Celtic will go with Sinisalo as our number one goalkeeper next season, and then try and bring in a young up-and-coming goalkeeper to be a good backup and also to put pressure on him to stay in the side. However, I do think Celtic should show some loyalty to Sinisalo for next season. I think he's waited his time at Celtic. He's probably waited, in retrospect, too long to get his first team place. And I think, as I say, I think Celtic's actually looked a lot stronger in defence ever since he came into the ever since he came into the side. Well, I don't think Celtic quite need that many players. Assuming that well, obviously a few players will be moving on. Quite a few of the players who we've had on loan will be moving on. However, I think Sinisalo will still be with us next season. Trusty will be with us next season. Carter Vickers, Murray, Johnston, Tierney, McGregor, McCowan, probably Paulo Bernardo, probably Yang will still be with us next season. Probably not Dyson Maida. Probably Sebastian Chinecki will be with us. Benjamin Negrin will be with us. So I think we already have a good core for that side for next season. One of the difficulties is if you change too many players all at once, you'll lose a lot of that team spirit and that team cohesion. So I do think Celtic actually have the core of a good side for next season. I think a few players have been at Celtic too long. I've got rather stale, which is why I think players like Hitati and Maeda need to move on. Maybe Chinecki moves on. There was a lot of interest in Sebastian Chinecki in the winter window, which Celtic turned down. Don't think his form's been quite good enough to guarantee a summer transfer. Of course, Arnie Engels, we turned down several massive bids from Nottingham Forest in the winter window. It wouldn't be too surprising to see Arnie Engels move to English football or back to German football. So I do think if Celtic do change too many players, that'll be counterproductive. So I think you do need to have a core of good players from one season to the next for continuity, for team spirit, for cohesion, etc., and then try and add in players who are better than those players, or where you've got a definite first team, first choice starter, add a player who's good enough to come in as a backup for injury or suspension, etc., without there being a drop off in form. Yes, I totally agree. I think we will have quite a turnaround of players. Part of that is down to the fact we've got so many players on loan this season. We were saying a wee bit earlier on in the live stream that a lot of us were very keen for Araujo and Sirachi to stay at the club if at all possible. Not everybody feels that Chavanchara is a good player. I think Chavanchara's got something about him. I think for a player of 6'3", he's got a lot of pace, strong player, good in the air. Obviously is a pretty decent penalty taker as well. Over his career as a professional, he's got an 80% success rate as a penalty taker. So is Benjamin Negrin. Obviously very useful to have backup penalty takers if your first choice, i.e. Arnie Engels, is unavailable. And both Negrin or Chavanchara could step up to be our penalty taker if required over these last 10 games of the season. Wouldn't be massively confident if it was Rio Hitati stepping up to take the next penalty. However, his penalty in the shootout against Rangers was a very, very good penalty. So if he keeps on taking penalties that way, I'd be quite happy. But say Chavanchara and Negrin have got 80% success rates as a professional. So I would be quite keen, quite happy to see Chavanchara stay around for next season. I don't think Chavanchara would be an out-and-out number one striker for Celtic. So I think that's going to be a definite priority position, as it has been in the last 2 or 3 transfer windows. and we haven't signed a proper first choice striker. Quite whether Callum Osmond, with a couple more years of experience, will turn into a top level striker, I don't know. I think he's got a lot of good striker's instinct. He's got a lot of pace to him as well. So I think Osmond, if he comes back fully fit, I think he's got a lot of skills with a bit more experience in a couple of years where he could be a really top quality striker for Celtic. Now, there was stories this morning that I was reading that Celtic are trying to sign the Bodo Glimt striker, whose name I can't remember. It's H-O-G-H. I can't remember how to pronounce it. He scored goals, obviously, in Norwegian football, scored goals in European football. He did look like he was going to be signing for Norwich. That all kind of fell apart. One of the stories was suggesting that Celtic are making moves to sign him for next season. Yep, sorry, Kasper Hoch, I don't know. Yep, so he has been successful in Norwegian football, has been successful in the Champions League for Bodo Glimt. I don't think Celtic will be signing Adamu. I don't think Celtic will be signing Mvuka. There were transfer clause offers for both those people, but there was no compulsion to buy them. Same way that there's a fee to buy Chavan Chara, but it's not an obligation. It's just there as a fee that Celtic can take up if they want to. So it's a wee bit different from the loan deal that we had with Ida, where there was no transfer clause at all. With Adamu and Mvuka, there is a fee that we have the option to buy or not buy at. Same way with Chavan Chara. I don't see Mvuka or Adamu staying at Celtic past the end of the season. I don't think either has shown themselves good enough so far, but maybe the international break gives them both a chance to settle down at Celtic, get more settled down, settled into Glasgow, settled into the team and new way of life. They both have been talented players at other clubs. Hatate and Maeda, I think, are definitely moving on. I think Engels probably will be moving on as well. There was interest from Germany at the same time as there was interest from Nottingham Forest. It was only Nottingham Forest were the ones who actually bid for him. Again, part of the reason, Gavi Boy, that I think Sirachi has a low valuation and Chavan Chara has a higher valuation is the fact that Sirachi comes from South American leagues. In general terms, buying players from South American leagues, you don't pay top dollar, you don't pay top pounds and millions. Chavan Chara is contracted to Borussia Mönchengladbach, who obviously are a German Bundesliga team. And in general terms, you have to pay big fees to get players from the German league, to buy players from Argentina, Uruguay, Central America, etc., North America. You don't tend to have to pay massive fees, same way with buying a player from South Korea or from Japan. Automatically, if you buy a player from England or Spain or Germany, etc., you're virtually always paying maybe twice as much as the player's actually worth. I don't honestly see any possibility of Martin O'Neill staying past the end of this spring. I think he'll be retiring as a football manager as of May. He is 74 years old, so I know other people say that there are plenty of managers as old as him. There aren't many managers as old as him. And the other thing to remember with Martin O'Neill is prior to coming back to be Celtic's caretaker manager last October, November, He had been out of football as a manager for the best part of 6 or 7 years since he got sacked by Nottingham Forest. I think he likes the lifestyle he has, living in London, doing bits and bobs for talk radio, bits and bobs for various different TV channels. I think he likes doing his after dinner speaker type things at supporters clubs and football things as well. So he's also got quite a prominent role in the League Managers Association. So I don't see O'Neill staying as Celtic's manager past the end of May. I think at the moment there are a lot of candidates to be Celtic's manager next year. Robbie Keane's one, Jens Bertel Askew is another, Craig Bellin is another. Still quite a lot of people suggesting Roberto Martinez. Some people suggesting Steve Clarke. The difficulty with both Steve Clarke and Roberto Martinez is they're both contracted to be managers at the World Cup. That's assuming that the World Cup goes ahead this summer. Who quite knows what the political situation is going to be in terms of America and the rest of the world when it gets to this summer. However, currently Roberto Martinez and Steve Clarke are both contracted to be international managers at the World Cup. And I do think, as I said before, I think Celtic will want someone to be in as a manager from June onwards, much as was the case when Brendan Rodgers took over from Ange Postecoglou. Rodgers came in nice and early in June. That gave him the whole pre-season to get his coaching staff together, get his transfers together. That worked partly well for Celtic and also not so well for Celtic. And also as Gavi Boy is suggesting as well, we will also almost certainly have some European qualifiers to go through probably in July. I think we probably will have a couple of rounds of qualifying at the very least, assuming that we win the league this season, which I think we will do. I think quite a lot of people now think we will do. But I think we will probably be in a couple of rounds earlier than we have been the last few seasons. So I think we'll probably have 2 rounds of qualifying rather than 1 round of qualifying. We might even have 3 rounds of qualifying. I haven't seen a final definite for that. But either way, it probably does mean we're playing qualifiers in July again, rather than playing qualifiers in August. I'd say if it was Askew, I wouldn't be against Askew. He has shown at Motherwell that he is able to change a team. He's shown the ability to change players, make players better. He's bought 1 or 2 very, very good players through the transfer market. Obviously, Mazwahini came from Leicester on a free transfer. He's almost certainly going to be, I would have thought, sold to somebody or other during the summer for £4 or £5 million. He's bought 1 or 2 players from different sorts of transfer market, so he clearly has a good handle on how to get quality players for lower fees, etc., and then develop them and make them better. So I think there's a lot of positives to Askew. My only caveat, my only fear with Askew is the fact that he's not managed a real top level club, and he's not won anything at the medium level clubs that he's managed at before. Yes, there are many, many positives to Askew. As I say, he hasn't managed at the highest level. He's managed clubs in Scandinavia, but he didn't win anything at other clubs in Scandinavia apart from his time managing in the Faroe Islands League. So we'll see. I think possibly I think Roberto Martinez has a lot of positives about him. I think if we had Roberto Martinez, we almost certainly would have Sean Maloney as his assistant manager. That might well keep people like McManus and Fotheringham at the club. It was quite a disappointment to me that when Nancy came in, all those other ex-players who've been helping O'Neill all disappeared at the same time. Maloney went back to his old job. Fotheringham and McManus went away. And I think Celtic should have looked to try and keep 2 or 3 of those people to supplement Wilfred Nancy's team. I don't think Gavin Strachan was the right person to be the bridge between the O'Neill spell and the Nancy spell. I think it would have been far better had it been Fotheringham and Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus and Maloney as the bridge between the two coaching staffs. Fair enough. You've suggested Gallardo before. Again, to the best of my knowledge, he's never managed in Scotland. I'm not sure what his level of knowledge of Scottish football is. However, having said that, I don't think Ange Postecoglou, prior to coming to us in 21-22, had a particularly strong knowledge of Scottish football. I think Ange Postecoglou was clearly a very good, experienced manager. I think he was a super duper man motivator. And I think there is a lot to be said for being a good man motivator, good at getting players playing for each other, playing confidently, as has been the case proven with Martin O'Neill coming back to be Celtic's interim manager. Having been out of football for the best part of 6 years, I just don't see Martin O'Neill at 74 having the energy physically and mentally to manage Celtic for much more than being an interim manager. I think being the interim manager, there's a wee bit less pressure on you, a wee bit less risk as well. And the other thing to remember also with Martin O'Neill was his career record after leaving Celtic wasn't terribly good at Aston Villa, wasn't terribly good at Nottingham Forest, wasn't terribly good at Sunderland, wasn't really a success at any of those 3 clubs after leaving Celtic. Tremendously successful manager at Celtic. No doubts about that. But didn't have a brilliant record anywhere else. Yes, so you're quite right, as I was saying a wee bit earlier in the live stream. They've been knocked out of Europe, so that's one less reason for Robbie Keane to stay at Ferencváros. They've got 2 games left in their season. If they win both those games, they're guaranteed to win the title, as they are 1 point behind with a game in hand. So they win that game, they go top. They win the last game, they win by a couple of points. So, and in yesterday's press conference, he was saying he felt his time at Ferencváros was finished, that he'd done as much as he could at Ferencváros, got them into the last 16 of the Europa League. In technical terms, probably if he was still at Ferencváros next year, he obviously would have a chance to take Ferencváros again into the Champions League, which he failed to do last summer. So maybe that would be another target for him to do. It's also one of my thoughts regarding Kjetil Knutsen and Bodø Glimt. He probably doubts that he can really take Bodø Glimt any further than he has already. Got them into the last 4 of the Europa League last year, last 16 of the Champions League this year. I'm not sure that they actually won the Norwegian title this year. I can't remember off the top of my head whether they won or came second. Maybe that's what he'd want to do, is actually put more titles together in Norwegian football. I don't think there's any reason for him to leave Bodo Glimt. I don't think they would have any intention of sacking him for several seasons because he's been such a successful manager for Bodo Glimt. So I think he's probably kind of got a job guaranteed at Bodo Glimt for the next 3, 4, 5 years. On the basis of all the success he's brought to them over the last 8 years. But maybe this is the time that Kjetil Knutsen decides that it's time for a new challenge. It's time to move to a different league. I don't see Kjetil Knutsen, despite the fact he's been so successful with Bodo Glimt in the Champions League this year, getting a job in England or Spain or Germany or Italy, etc. So moving to Holland, maybe Portugal, Scotland, might well be good options for him. So maybe there is a chance he might decide to come to Celtic. And reportedly he was considering it in November, December time, depending on when his team got knocked out of the Champions League. So he wasn't available to come in to be Celtic's manager in December, but he may have been in January had they got knocked out of their league. One of the other questions will be, I would think next season that Hearts will probably not be very different to what the Hearts team is this year. I would suspect they probably will add 1 or 2 players here, there, and everywhere. As I said, I wasn't convinced that their signings in the January window actually improved their squad at all. Don't think terribly many of their January signings have actually come into the first team to improve things. The bulk of their current starting 11 are the players that they've had since last summer. So I do think all scouting systems are a wee bit hit and miss, and I'm not convinced that Hearts' scouting system is especially good. I think they struck lucky with quite a number of players last summer. I think they also had 1 or 2 very good players already at the club. To be fair to Bloom, he has tended at all the other clubs he's had involvement, Brighton, Union Saint-Gilles, he's tended to be quite loyal to his managers, but the question is whether McInnes's success with Hearts this season, getting them so close to the title, whether it might get him a job elsewhere. Wouldn't be too surprised if Rangers end up this season with nothing, which at the moment they are on course to end the season with nothing, in that they're behind us in the league. They're knocked out of the Scottish Cup. They got knocked out of the League Cup earlier. Wouldn't be too surprised if Rowe was sacked at the end of the season. Maybe Rangers then employ Derek McInnes. He is an ex-Rangers player. He's a Rangers fan, so maybe McInnes moves from Hearts to Rangers. I think that probably then means that Rangers go back to square one yet again, bring in lots of players, sell lots of players, and then there's always a risk like that that you then start the season really badly, as was the case with Rangers under Russell Martin, and then they're kind of having to patch things together. And then, admittedly, I think Rangers did make a couple of pretty decent signings in the January window. I think the Belgian left back is actually a pretty decent player. Not so convinced with Nadieri, the German centre forward. Not so convinced with the guy they bought from Sturm Graz. Don't think he's really that impressive. But I would agree that the Belgian left back they sign is a pretty decent left back in terms of playing in the midfield and getting forward. Not the best of defenders. So I do. I would. If Schmeichel Knutsen was looking to come to Celtic, which may be the case, I think. As I said, I don't think he's going to get offered jobs in the top 4 or 5 leagues in Europe. So he's probably, if he does leave Norwegian football, he's probably looking at Holland, Scotland, Belgium, Portugal, that sort of level of league. Coming to Celtic, he certainly would have a big club with a global reach, rather than Bodo Glimt, which is actually quite a relatively small Norwegian town, small population. Stadium's only got about 8,000 to 10,000 fans, so there would be a lot of so in essence, in many ways, moving from Bodo Glimt to Celtic would be quite a big upgrade in Schmeichel Knutsen's quality of team and quality of supporter, number of supporters, etc. He would actually have a much bigger budget to buy players at Celtic than he does at Bodo Glimt. Virtually all of Bodo Glimt's players have come through Norwegian football and Scandinavian football. It's not been a team where he's spent a lot of money to bring players in. Virtually all the players have been brought through academy, recruiting Norwegian players, Swedish players, Danish players, etc. So, I don't think Schmeichel Knutsen, in terms of salary, would be that high a salary. I don't think he's going to be on a massive amount of money at Bodo Glimt. After all, we did spend 3.5 million per year on Brendan Rodgers to have him as our manager. Reportedly, the contract that Rodgers turned down last summer, which was another 3-year contract, with a total of £10 million guaranteed over those 3 years. Rodgers chose to turn that contract down last summer, and that created, I think, quite a lot of unsettlement and so on behind the scenes within the Celtic boardroom and executives and hierarchy. That the fact that they were uncertain about who was going to be manager of Celtic past the end of the season, once Rodgers turned down that 10 million 3-year contract. Yes, Kegler. I mean, I think that's a pretty reasonable opinion. I think with the San Francisco 49ers finance people buying over Rangers, I think they are going to be a bit more financially stable. I think they're also going to be run more along the lines of Celtic, i.e. buying players and then selling them on for profit. Rangers have been a very, 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 very badly managed club in terms of finances for the last 20 years or so, possibly even 30 years, in that they were spending money in the Walter Smith years, the Alan McCoy years, the Dick Advocat years to win titles. But they were spending money that they didn't have, which is why their debts were so astronomical, which is why they went bankrupt a few years ago. And reportedly, they were on the verge of going bankrupt again before they got bought over by the San Francisco 49ers people. Yes, Sharon Gary, it did prove you don't need to spend massive amounts of money to go far in Europe, although they got to the last 16, which is a definite achievement. However, a lot of what the success at Bodø Glimt was continuity, in that Kjetil Knutsen had been their manager for 8 years. He'd brought a lot of his current team through his academy, so that they'd grown up playing for Bodø Glimt. They'd grown up playing with the first team squad. So when they came into the first team squad, they knew all the first team players. They knew the tactics. They knew the formation. They knew each other. They've had a lot more continuity of their players and their playing staff and their coaching staff. As I said earlier on, Celtic have chopped and changed an awful lot of their coaching staff, their manager, their playing staff over the last decade. Since Rodgers came back in 2016, 2017, we've had a lot of players coming and going. We've had a lot of coaching staff coming and going. We've had Rodgers, Postecoglou, back to Rodgers, then the 3 managers this season. So where Bodø Glimt proved also is the fact that continuity of playing staff and continuity of coaching and management, continuity of scouting and recruitment, all these things are very, very important. And for a variety of reasons, Celtic have not had any of those things the last decade. So, depending on which story one believes, Knutsen didn't knock Celtic back as such. He just said he wasn't going to leave Bodø Glimt until Bodø Glimt were knocked out of the Champions League. He wanted to see through the rest of the season with Bodø Glimt. So their league season finished, I think, back in November time, roughly. But he said he was going to stay at Bodø Glimt until their Champions League season was over, which most people thought was going to be the end of January. However, they had a really good end to their Champions League initial phase, which got them into the last 24, and then they had a surprise win in the first knockout round. They were winning 3-0 after the first leg. However, they lost 5-0 away from home in Portugal and got knocked out. However, tremendous achievement by Bodø Glimt, shows what a good manager can do. And it shows what continuity and stability behind the scenes and within the team and the coaching staff, etc., can do at a club as well. And also shows what can be achieved if you get a really good academy and a really good scouting and recruitment staff to bring in the right sorts of players. Yes, I completely agree that if you're not doing your job well, you should be out of a job. I do think you have to give people a bit of time to settle down into the job, and I do think chopping and changing is a problem. I think continuity is important, so I think giving a player a few months to settle into the team, giving a coach or a manager a few months to settle into a team is also important. Same way with scouting, recruitment, etc., etc. Just at Celtic, people don't tend to get more than a couple of games to prove themselves. Everybody pretty much has to hit the ground running and winning every single game. Otherwise, they're not doing well enough. Which is my slight worry about bringing in Jens Bertel Askew, is whether he can cope with managing a team that is challenging for all 3 competitions every single season, challenging to win the league at the end of the season. I say the only time he's won leagues is in the Faroe Islands. He's not done that in his other jobs at least with Robbie Keane, we would have a manager who has won leagues and cups in Israel, won leagues and cups in Hungary, so he does actually know the pressures of managing a title-chasing team. He knows the pressure of having to win all your games to win the league. Keane has taken Ferencváros one step further than Celtic did this season in the Europa League, to the last 16, with us having been knocked out the round before. So there are some positives with Robbie Keane, and that he's had a higher level of experience and a higher level of success, both as a player especially, but also as a manager, than Jens Bertolascu. However, having said all that, if Celtic were able to try and were able to get Kjetil Knutsen to come to the club, I think he would be a great manager for Celtic. Brand new ideas, different set of tactics and formations. He seems to be a very, very organised manager, and he seems to have a good way of developing young players. He focuses also on academy and recruiting players locally. And I think those are all things that Celtic have not really done for the best part of 20-odd years, even under Martin O'Neill the first time around. Most of the players that we brought in were brought in from abroad. We did bring a few players in from other Scottish teams, people like Didier Gat coming from Raith Rovers and Hibs, Douglas coming from Dundee, a few other players coming from here, there and everywhere. But we haven't really, for the last 25, 30 years, had a really good conveyor belt of bringing through young Scottish and British players and Irish players to be first-team players. And I think that's something that Celtic really need to do. It'd be great if we had a manager who could do that sort of thing. Well, yes. So, Michael Nicholson maybe needs to go. Mackay maybe needs to go. Depends a wee bit on what you see as the role of people like Mackay and Nicholson, whether you see Celtic purely as a football club, whether you also recognise that Celtic also, as well as a football club, have to be a well-run business, etc. So these are all considerations. I would be surprised if Dermot Desmond sacked Nicholson and sacked Mackay, with the way that Celtic is in terms of a football club, etc. However, and after all, in the Nicholson years, in his various different roles, he has been part of Celtic for about 10 years. During that time, we've won the league all but one season. We've won doubles and trebles with Michael Nicholson as in his various different roles at Celtic. So he took over from Peter Lawwell as the chief executive, carried on the success financially and as a business, and winning trophies and leagues on the pitch as well. So the question is whether all the problems at Celtic are all down to Michael Nicholson. After all, he is the chief executive officer, and in any business, any organisation, it is the chief executive officer's job to make all the various different departments work like an well-oiled machine. So maybe he is the one that has to go, because Celtic are not working as a well-oiled machine in terms of management, coaching, recruitment, academy teams. Public relations not terribly good at Celtic as well. Fan interaction not very good at Celtic. So maybe Nicholson is the fall guy, because he is the CEO, which means he is the buck stops with him with practically everything. I would totally agree with that. I think whoever Celtic's manager is, starting in June, they've got a big job in terms of clearing out players, bringing in players, and hopefully setting up a structure behind the scenes that keeps Celtic having a conveyor belt of good recruitment, good scouting, good academy players, good recruitment of young local players from Scotland, England, Wales, Northern Ireland, Southern Ireland, etc. Which is why I might be more keen for that manager to be more of an experienced manager, like Clark, like Martinez, like Kjetil Knutsen, etc. I think possibly a younger, less experienced manager like Jens Bertel Askew or Robbie Keane. It might be too big a job for them just simply because they haven't got the experience of 20 years of being a football manager like those other ones we just mentioned. Anyway, I'd see. There do seem to be. I fully accept that might be the case. There were some stories that one of the reasons why O'Neill and Nancy didn't have a long time together was the fact that O'Neill had a flight back down to London, down to where he lives, and that he had a meeting, that he had a new job with as a football pundit starting a couple of days later. So there was one set of stories suggesting that the reason that Nancy and O'Neill didn't have much more than a 15-20 minute talk was the fact that O'Neill had a flight to get to at Glasgow Airport to get back down to London for later on that evening. So there are different stories. However, it would appear that Nancy and O'Neill didn't stay in contact once O'Neill had gone back down to London to do his radio work and his punditry work and his League Managers Association work. So, and as I said earlier on, I think one of the criteria for Nancy coming into the club should have been that he kept 2 or 3 out of McManus, Fotheringham and Maloney at the club. I don't think Gavin Strachan was a good choice to be the coach that stayed over from one coaching staff into the Nancy coaching staff. All I would say, Sligo Boy, and I fully accept that. I have heard Martin O'Neill say that. I've heard other people say different about that. Anyway, all I'm saying is with every story in and around Celtic, there seem to be 2 or 3 different versions. So there are some stories saying that one of the reasons that the meeting was short was to do with Nancy coming in from abroad and O'Neill going back down to London. And that's why there wasn't a proper handover between the two. But what also did say that Nancy and O'Neill didn't seem to keep in contact after O'Neill had gone back down to do his media work back down in London. And Sligo Boy, I agree 1,000% or even 1,000,000%. I do think that Wilfred Nancy missed a trick by not having Martin O'Neill as an advisor, and I do think he missed a trick by not having Maloney, McManus, and Fotheringham there as part of his team. Now, whether Nancy wanted those 3 people to stay around and be part of his team or didn't want them to stay, we don't know. Maloney, Fotheringham, etc., haven't said whether they were or weren't offered jobs under Nancy. They weren't offered whether they were or weren't wanted to stay at Celtic, whether they were willing to stay at Celtic to help a stranger that they'd never worked with before. Gavin Strachan obviously was quite happy to stay at Celtic and manage yet again under a different manager. He's been a Celtic coach for quite a number of years under quite a number of different managers. He's had a degree of continuity. I don't think he was the right sort of person to be advising Wilfred Nancy. And as we often saw on the sidelines, it was often Gavin Strachan and Wilfred Nancy were talking tactics, which I thought was interesting. The other coaches that Nancy had brought with him didn't seem to get too much of a involvement in tactical tweaks and changes and stuff on the sidelines. It seemed to be Gavin Strachan, Wilfred Nancy, and the assistant manager, whose name I've forgotten. The one who was Irish and English and at the same time. The other thing is, much like bringing in any manager or bringing in any player, you're not guaranteed success. So Celtic have over the years brought in managers who've had a good reputation, and that sometimes worked out well. We've brought in managers with a less good reputation, or players with managers with no real known reputation in Scottish football, and they've been relatively successful. So Ange Postecoglou was a big success at Celtic. Ronnie Dowling was a pretty big success at Celtic. We brought in a few managers who've had more success at other clubs. It's not really worked out for Celtic. So always difficult to predict how well anything's going to do. Yep. Completely 100% agree that I found it very, 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 very surprising that Nancy changed so much so quickly. It didn't make any sense to do it that way. He said he wasn't going to change things. Maybe in his mind, what he was changing wasn't that big a thing. Maybe he thought that modern day professional footballers should be able to switch between tactics. And after all, quite a lot of our players who go off and play international football switch from playing Celtic's 4-3-3 to playing 3-5-2s, 5-5-3-2s. The way that Steve Clarke sets up his team is very different to the way that Celtic's teams have ever been set up yet. Players like McGregor previously, but also Ralston and Tierney were able to go and play for different systems. Liam Scales, Johnny Kenny, etc., going to play for Ireland. Very different system with Ireland compared to Celtic's. Liam Scales playing 3 or 4 different positions in the Ireland team over the last couple of years. So maybe he thought that the players were more talented, more intelligent, and more adaptable to be able to swap quickly to his system. It didn't work out, which is why I think, and I've said this before, and a few other people have agreed, that bringing in Nancy last summer or next summer, would have been far, far better. Bringing him in December, halfway through a season, and him changing things so wholesale was potentially going to be very difficult, and so it proved. Mostly because Celtic couldn't seem to play the Nancy way for 90 minutes. We played really, really well in lots and lots of games for half a game. Unfortunately, in most of those, or all those games, we didn't take our chances when we got them. Pretty much the only game where we did take the bulk of our chances was the Livingston match, where we managed to come back recover from Livingston scoring 2 goals. Anyway, we've had a really nice chat. We've been going for nearly 4.5 hours. I'm starting to get a wee bit tired and a wee bit hoarse with all the talking. So at nearly 1:30, it says 1:26 on my clock, so nearly 1:30. I think it's probably time to call it a day. Thank you very much for everybody who's been taking part in the live stream. Thanks very much for all the new folk who've joined the live stream over the course of today. Thank you for all the regulars like Sligo Boy, Shadow X Gary, Kegler Moon joining the live stream. Thank you to Paradise Huddle as well. Thank you to all the other people who've been on earlier. Thanks for all the people who popped in and out. So, as I say, at nearly 1:30 on Friday morning, we'll say good night to all of you. See you all, God willing, next Thursday. Hopefully celebrating a nice win for Celtic against Dundee United. Maybe if 1 or 2 results go in our favour, we could even be top of the table going into the international break. And I do think the international break could be very important, getting a few players a bit of a rest, getting a few players more used and fitted into Celtic and fitted into Scotland. Because I think probably about half the squad will be away playing internationals. The other half will be staying at Celtic, a few days off, and then maybe a week, 10 days of training. So hopefully when we come back, when we meet again next Thursday, we'll have a victory against Dundee United, maybe a top table topping position, and then we can start planning for after the international break with Dundee, then St Mirren again, and then the final 5 games of the season. And then we'll know who we're playing when, which ones we're playing at home, which ones are playing away, and who's going to be the last couple of the fixtures where we could hopefully be winning the title. So, without further ado, good night and hail, hail.